Well, I'll start by introducing our guest today, Ghassan Guseynov, who is very modestly described himself as a philologist. He's a professor. Well, has a classical training for professor of literature, or Ghassan?
Yeah, I'm a former professor of the High School of Economics.
Oh, well, until yesterday, professor of Moscow School of High School. But good. Well, you want to take a look?
Yeah, sure.
Double check.
See, we've got a correct camera, please. I guess we have. Yeah, full set.
Okay, let's get started. Today's the last day of, we even have some audience to show the audience. Here's the show. Robert in the audience.
Couldn't see me yesterday.
He's hiding there. Audience of one. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's get started. Today is the last day, third day. Today is a session, penultimate session of our symposium, Poetry as Resistance. And to present is Ghassan Guseynov, very wonderful philologist, specialist in every area connected to language, and also, well, you've written this book. The area which really interests me most, which was raised by Klemperer in his 1947 book, Lingua Terzi Imperii, how the language of politics can overtake life, or invade our life. Or it was also, the topic was also raised by Orwell, most famously in Newspeak of in 1984. So this is something with that a lot of Ghassan's Guseyn is all about. So, Ghassan's research is all about, as far as I understand. Okay, and you shall start now, Ghassan. Unmute yourself. We cannot hear you now.
Okay, I turned on my voice. Thank you very much for this invitation. First of all, I must apologize. I never attended any conference where my paper was there, and I was absent in the first 2 days of the conference, but I have a very special situation right now. I am speaking not from Moscow, where I used to work for the last 80 years, but from Greece, where I'm staying now, and besides...
In exile.
Nearly, it's not directly an exile, but I cannot, in the nearest future, I cannot go back to Moscow due to some, let us say, political disturbances.
Police drama.
Reduced let us say, at the end of October 2019, and then a couple of months ago. So it led to very unpleasant publications at the end. I had to quit my work, my job.
But it was right to our topic, because you were attacked for some of your words, not in a poem, but in a...
Yeah, in fact, it is the whole story about the language, the current political and media language in Russia could be a subject of a conference. And when I proposed this talk on echolalia in poetry, or echolalic texts as poetry, including texts maybe by Mr. Putin as base for poetry, very specific poetry, or at least as a new method of understanding what's going on in your country and what's going on in the culture of your country, in the media of your culture. When I made this proposal, I didn't know at that time, at that point, I didn't know the development which is going to expand in the near future, so right now. But
Oops, something, oh no.
Next examples I'm bringing you here on the screen in the chat area are in Russian. I hope we will easily translate it, because the examples of echolalic poetry are extremely interesting in any language. In Russian, they are probably studied mainly because echolalia is actually a psychiatric diagnosis somehow. Although scholars and poets like Andrei Bely studied the phenomenon at the early stage of the 20th century, but later somehow the psychiatric understanding of echolalia prevailed, and we hear that the repetition of words is a sign of disease. It is not a normal state of mind, a normal state of language, but somehow poetry is a disease. We should accept it, and it was not only Plato who said that, but there are many other examples where we could see that poets are not normal people, or they belong to some minority which is repressed. As Marina Tsvetaeva said, все поэты жиды, all poets are Jews or Yids. She means that actually here is a human being, and here is a group which is suppressed, which is chaste, and so poets are not normal people. The same echolalic understanding we could find by Osip Mandelstam. But my examples will go to the Soviet period and even to the late Soviet period. The first is by Jan Satunovsky, a poet less known, unfortunately, and but extremely important for the 1940s and until 1970s. So his text here, I'm not a poet. They don't print me from 1938. You don't like me or you dislike me, but I cannot. I probably read it just in Russian. Я вам не нравлюсь и, наверное, уже не исправлюсь, но я знаю ваши важные стихи, это маловажные, неважные стихи. Их печатают, так покладу я вам копыта на плеча. So that is a very good example of echolalic poetry. The repetition of a word with a tiny change at the end of the word or at the beginning of the word, and then the explosion with the expression "покладу я вам копыта на плеча." First of all, "покладу," you cannot say that in Russian, you have to say "положу," not "покладу." So it's a very vulgar.
Just to emphasize, the poem is to be found in the chat. If you don't have it, go to your chat and you'll find.
Yes, yeah, please. The text is in the chat. Go to the chat down on the page. There is a chat sign, and then you open it and you have the text together with our pictures or with the portrait. So the idea of this poem seems to be very simple, and I am not a poet, you are poets, and you are published since 1938, and I'm not, because I'm not a real poet. And then you have important poems. My poems are not important, they're not that important. So you are. Вас печатают, печа, так покладу я вам копыта на плеча, means there is a Russian obscene expression, and that is the obscene expression when you say about something which you don't want to hear about and which is complete rubbish, especially ideological rubbish or political rubbish, something which is not worth talking about. People in Russia in the obscene language say "ебись оно конем," which means "покладу я вам копыта на плеча." I will put my
hooves
on shoulders, which is of course a very rude expression. But this very rude expression is born out of just repetition of word "печатать," to print. And the repetition of this word "печатать" is at the same time is being visualized through the image of a horse, which is jumping and pushing this quasi-poetry out of the space of poetry itself. So the idea and the expression of this poem is extremely strong, and it is interesting. It cannot be, actually, it couldn't be published in 1960s or 1970s. It was a samizdat poem, of course. It hasn't direct traces of obscenity. You have to know the obscene expressions before you read this text, or you have to get a comment on it. Another example of this echolalic poetry by Jan Satunovsky is from the year 1942, and it is a poem about his military, his experience during the war. And there are two words again repeated: "люблю, убью," I love, and they will be killed, love and death. And the first two parts of the word Rodina and Rota, ro, and the word rot, which means mouth. Как я их всех люблю, и их всех убьют. So there are soldiers who are together with him. Рота вперед за ро, одеревенеет рот. So рота forward. За ро, it's the beginning, за родину. одеревенеет рот. So rota, rodina, rot. It's the repetition of one word, of different words as one word. And that is the word rot, mouth, which will be caught. Слышь, Ванька живой, замлел, за мной, живей, ей, все мы смертники, всем артподготовка, в 6 смерть всем.
Wow.
Again, the repetition of the word все, всем, все мы, все, всем смерть. Их всех убьют. That's the beginning of the poem. The first line, как я их всех люблю, и их всех убьют. How I love them all, but they all will be killed. And this все and смерть are being produced in this poem in the course of ecolalia. He is just repeating the word всем, всем, and this repetition creates an extremely strong, as in the first poem it was this obscenity, obscene meaning, and in this particular poem it is the result is different and is of a very high level of pathos. This poem published in 1942. The next example is from Marina Tsvetaeva. It's probably better known. It has sort of, wait a minute, I will put it into our chat. That's a poem by Marina Tsvetaeva of 1921. Actually, her poems are very often using this echolalic technique, and there was a book published in 1978, «Ритм, пространство и время в литературе и искусстве», where is a beautiful analysis of this poem by Mikhail Leonovich Gasparov. Now I just wanted to show this example, how it works and how the echolalic technique is.
Sorry, it was I think it was an article by Yefim Etkin, sorry.
Pardon?
I think it was Yefim Grigorich Etkin.
Yes, you are right. It's my mistake. Yes, exactly. There was an article by Etkin too, yes, about him. But what what I want to show here is just one detail, and this detail is the repetition of the word with a small change. По холмам круглым и смуглым, сильно под лучом сильным и пыльным, сапожком робким и кротким, за плащом рдяным и рваным. We see that the small change is creating a very specific expectation that somehow this poem should finish with understanding of lying. It's not the truth which is bringing the author of the poem and the heroes of the poem to their goal. It is something in the nature of a word which is lying. And that's exactly how
So we're translated for those who Shall we translate it for those who don't understand English?
Yes.
Try.
Yes, actually, that is a poem about somebody who is led by some religious figure, some hero, or maybe Jesus, or maybe somebody else, or maybe Muhammad, maybe somebody who is some guru, somebody who is leading, who is your Führer, your leader, and you are just following him. You're going on the hills, kruglem и смуглым. The hills are dark,
Round and dark.
and round, under the rays which are strong but
Dusty. Oh gosh.
in this analysis of the poem I was talking about, the сильный и пыльный is a beautiful image, because a very strong ray is showing dust in the air, and that's сильный и пыльный. And with your shoes, your boots are shy
and submissive.
And submissive, shy, and you are following the robe, which is the cloak, which is red and
torn apart.
So at once, each second word is just a repetition, nearly echolalic or echolalic repetition of the previous word, with a complete change of meaning, but at the same time with the additional meaning, which is making the first one stronger. So they are going on this sand, which is devouring, but is also rusty, under the sun ray,
Scorching.
which is at once
scorching
you out.
Mm-hmm.
With the boot, again, the repetition about boots, and the cloak, you're following the cloak, следом и следом, сапожком робким и кротким, за плащом следом и следом. You are following and following this cloak. По волнам лютым и вздутым, on the waves which are so strong, but they are also inflated, under the под лучом гневным и древним, under the sun ray, which is full of anger and very ancient. Сапожком робким и кротким, the repetition of the same boot, which is shy. And then за плащом лгущим и лгущим, you are following, which is lying and lying. And the word produced here, or the poem produced here, is a poem by is a poem on the danger of echolalia. Then I'm not going to give you other poetic examples, but I will give just a couple of words produced by politicians in the years 1999 to 2020, words known as memes, which create some specific method of understanding and working with them. One example, wait a minute, I'll put it here. one example, one more example. I'm sorry, I didn't put it here with the repetition. It is taken actually not from poetical realm, but a very old Yiddish joke, which we can find in different editions of Swiss or American editions, like Leo Rothstein, The Joys of Yiddish, or some other editions. It is a wonderful saying in Yiddish, was herzig, was herzig, was hört sich? And the answer is, es verfährt sich. So the joke is coming from the period of 1920. So it's just the repetition of abbreviation of the time, which whereby, so some people thought that these abbreviations and these very strange elements of language, which are so almighty. And Victor Klemperer, you mentioned, Zachar, wrote about it, about the importance of abbreviations in the language of Nazis in Germany. The extremely important, one could say, megalomanic abbreviations in Russian in the 20th century, at the very beginning, in the 1920s, when people saw the text, the word like "what," and they couldn't, I wrote it here, "vchot," and they immediately started to think that it should be some abbreviation. We don't understand what it means, but it is just the entrance. It's nothing. Or vychod, what could it mean? There cannot be any word which starts with "u."
Maybe you should explain the joke, because I think only the Russian speakers got the joke.
Yes. You have the abbreviation of the new name of the Russian Republic, Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, Российская Советская Федеративная Социалистическая Республика, РСФСР. And the joke is, there is a talk of two Jews speaking Yiddish, and one of them asks, how are you? Was hört sich? Was hört sich? Was hört sich? And the answer is, verfährt sich. So you shouldn't ask, you should know that we have a new state and so on. In 1920s and until the end of 1930s, actually until 1941, Yiddish was a quite spoken language in the Soviet Union, but then with the extermination of Jewish population of Eastern Europe, the language practically at that time disappeared. So right now it is a very complicated business to talk just normally about this beautiful language and to bring jokes made in this language ins Gespräch. But nevertheless, the principle of echolalic organization is could be shown, beautifully shown, not only in poetry, but also in the poetry of everyday life, in the jokes as a poetry of everyday life. Concerning this way of organizing poetic text, we can say that in the recent years, in the recent 20 years, the new tradition of working, or the new way of working with so-called memes, with the citation of politicians with the words produced by politicians and then drastically repeated by other people, used in poetry, used in jokes, used in everyday discussions. And this repetition of words created a very specific state of mind, which is really characteristic for current Russian production of poetry, as far as I see it. I know that Lev Rubinstein took part in your conference, and you could enjoy his texts. He actually started in the 1970s, in the late 1970s, using some political slogans, administrative expressions, repeating them one after another, putting them in the series, in the sort of library catalog of expressions. And as he did it, of course, it was just samizdat, it was only possible in samizdat, but as he did it, many people would say you can never repeat the situation, the social, cultural situation in which such expressions could be so important for the state of mind of people, as in the example of «А вас печатают, печатают, печа, да покладу я вам копыта на плеча». And then we realized that actually the way this echolalic production of sense of ideas is going on. And there are examples like, let us say, Putin's sentence, we will walk them in the latrine, мы будем их мочить в сортире. The expression мочить в сортире created a completely new situation for people using language, using this particular language. This expression was not only the expression of some political goal, we will do something bad with our bad enemies, but created a sort of meme for people describing ordinary everyday situations with the word machit. So the jargon word meaning to kill with humiliation, to kill somebody and at once to humiliate him, so to say, forever. You can hear how this word is used in the situation that you have a discussion about poetry and somebody would say, he said something, some stupid thing. And then his colleagues started to whack him. И коллеги начали его мочить. How long are they going to, сколько еще они будут мочить тебя за это? So the expression which is made by an important political figure has started a new life and is still used as echolalic. There is another example, and I will finish with this other example because it is a very funny word, is from another level of organization of our life. It will be, I will need 3 more minutes to explain what this word means. I will put down this word. You probably never heard the word, Yes, thank you. You never heard the word, but when you are inviting students to your master program at the university, you realize that you need 20 students or 15 students in order to start the program. And you see that there are probably 40 students who want to enter. But then at the end, 20 of these 40 students decide to study at some other place, some other university. So you have to get in contact with them. You have to call them. And if you call them, you have to ask them if you are going to come. You have to persuade them that your program is a better one. And the administrative staff working in this field, they created a new word, which means this word doesn't exist in Russian, or it now exists, but it didn't exist. You ask somebody, дозвонился, ты дозвонился до него? Нет, я не дозвонился. So from the verb дозвониться до кого-то, and from the verb не дозвониться до кого-то, they created the word недозвон, which means the lack of success in trying to reach somebody per telephone. And the question of administration at the university to the teachers or to the staff, to the administrative staff is, какой у вас процент недозвона? How many people you couldn't reach? The word as such is tremendously funny in Russian, because in Russian there is an obscene word, мудозвон, which means a stupid guy who can only be proud of his virility. He has no ideas, he cannot explain anything, he's just a fool. But the fool with specific intention to show his virility. This word is not, of course, it's not that obscene, but it is a very rude word, very broadly used in Russian, very well known in Russian. But the creation of another word, недозвон, within the system of academic, let us say, university production, academic production, university life, was not expelled from the dictionary. On the contrary, it entered the dictionary. That's what you can call the гласный язык, or the language which shouldn't be used in the, which shouldn't be used, but it is used. And it is used in the administrative jargon. Some students later are creating poetry out of this new language, are creating mocking, funny rhymes. But more interesting in this particular point, at this particular point, is the very fact that language itself is creating a base for struggling against political system. It still works, and the instrument is echolalia. Thank you for your attention. And I would be happy if there are some questions or remarks on the subject.
Thank you so much, Ghassan. That was fantastic. Please, the participant Lars already has, unmute yourself. Yeah, very good.
Thank you, Ghassan. Very inspiring, but also for philologist and translator. This makes up the big problem of what is in absentia, which is the word which is actually appealed to, which is not in the text, but is the author appeals to this quotation or this saying or this obscene word. So this is food for thought for anyone who wants to translate not only Satodowski, but Lev Rubinstein and many others. I wonder, I have a question. It seems that rhyme is an essential mechanism for what you call echolalia. It's everything, the end rhyme, like woherstig, RSFS erzig. So the rhyme is what makes the echolalia work. Is that so? Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. I think that rhyme is very important, but it is not always rhyme which makes it. It is, of course, there can be a sort of repetition. Echolalia is a repetition, and this repetition may be rhymed, and maybe sometimes is not rhymed. I will probably think about examples of the not rhymed. One example, just example. I will bring this text. It was in my previous text. Wait a minute. Just a second. I will put it in the chat. Четыре лица двух кавказских национальностей, so 4 persons of 2 Caucasian nationalities. That's the specific Soviet administrative jargon. A person of Caucasian nationality, which means that somebody from the Caucasus. So
I think it's post-Soviet, Ghassan.
No, it's Soviet. It used to be in the Soviet Union. In the police departments, there were specific abbreviation LKN, лицо кавказской национальности.
Wow.
And there was, for example, BS, which means BS, болельщик Спартака. And LKN, лицо кавказской национальности. As earlier there was лицо еврейской национальности. You couldn't say about somebody he's Jewish. He was a person of Jewish nationality. So here is 4 лица 2 кавказских национальностей выясняли межличностные отношения в межлестничном проеме. That is многоквартирного жилого дома в столице мира и труда. There is no rhyme here, but there are important words or expressions of the administrative jargon put together one after another. And then 5-е лицо 3-й кавказской национальности ухитрилось разнять эту дружбу народов. Again, echolalia, дружба народов. So the conflict between, let us say, Armenians and Azerbaijanis was solved is described as friendship of peoples. And then ухитрилась разнять эту дружбу до нанесения тяжкого вреда здоровью. Again, the expression нанесение тяжкого вреда здоровью is
Bureaucraties.
Police jargon. So you have here, the example is, of course, it's not poetry, but somehow you can see it as a sort of poetry, or as a sort of preliminary materials for poetry. Lev Rubinstein would have made poetry out of this material. That's just example that it's not always rhyme. It is sometimes not rhyme.
Thank you, Hussein.
Okay, who else has a question? I see. Jan, go unmute yourself. Yes.
Well, you mentioned at the beginning Andrei Biewy, and you said that he was writing about ecolalias as well. That's of course true. He uses this notion in Kotik Letayev, but he writes mostly about glossolalia. And I would like to ask you, as I see there is ecolalia in your sense are related to lower parts of body, let's say, and glossolalia go upwards towards the sky, to put it mildly. Would you agree that there is this tension between lower and higher sphere here?
Yes, I agree that the ecolalia is or may be seen or should be seen as event and method of dealing with the language on the lower level, and so I of course it's very big. It's a very big, a very important question actually.
Okay, so we'll start.
I have a question in addition. What, if I may?
Go for it.
What about Tsvetaeva then? Do you think she's digging into the lower stratum to get her effect?
No, I don't think that she's going on the lower, but she is, in this particular poem, she is, I would say, too technical. It is extremely, it is a very, it is a beautiful poem, but it is organized as her imitation of herself. So that is not, she's trying to build the whole very rationally. That's why it is not her chef d'oeuvre, so to say.
Okay, well, we'll start wrapping up with the questions to Ghassan. The last question, Stephanie from Amherst, Stephanie Sandler.
Could I just add something to that discussion of the Tsvetaeva poem, which I think was a brilliant example. I thank you so much for bringing it to our attention. Your analysis made me realize that the power in the poem, in part, is the fact that she's able to simply repeat the word precisely in the final line, ilgushin, ilgushin, by saying the same word, not the repetition with the difference that you were drawing our attention to so well, but the exact repetition is what makes that final line, I think, so powerful. And it makes me think quite a lot about the use for the analysis of poetry of the rhetorical trope of echolalia as you were describing it. I think it's a fabulous example, and I'm especially curious to think more about contemporary poetry that might be using the trope to the same end.
Okay. Well, I think we're running out of time for questions for Gassan. Maybe later. I'm sorry, but yesterday I've been reproached for not keeping to the schedule. I just had myself some just very quick comments that you know, I remember Brodsky saying somewhere that he said if they used swear words in Gazeta Pravda, you know, then we wouldn't have used them. And of course, you know, the sort of resistance back then was the use of the language which was not used by the official dom. But of course, due to the 70 years of communist rule, 1/3 of the Russian population spent times in Gulag, and academic Likhachev wrote a dictionary of, you know, criminal argot with which he was familiar from his time in prison. So there was some blending of high culture and low culture, which goes back to the Soviet experience. And of course, you know, this example of Putin with Machit Saptili is of course Fenya, criminal argot, which became sort of the official language of the power of the state. And curious enough, now we have some sort of echoes of this with Trump in American administration, where, and his memes, you know, no one would associate with American politicians, like, excuse me, the quote, grab them by the pussy, that sort of thing. And this vulgarity of his language, which becomes normative for the language of the state. So, well, maybe Gassan wants to comment while I'm pulling up my own PDF. Unmute yourself. Maybe you want to say something.
Thank you very much indeed for your very interesting remarks and questions. And I am awfully sorry I wasn't prepared for the English for the presentation in English, and I prepared it in Russian. Have some more examples, but maybe later I will just you will be so kind, and you can
Sure.
I will send my full article as an article to all of you later. Thank you very much for your attention and for your thoughts. It's better to stop here, because otherwise I will explain what elements in what you said are so important and more important for me than others.
Okay, maybe we'll keep them for later. Okay, I will now start with my presentation, because Alexandra gave me the PowerPoint and her recording, and it sort of, I listened to it and made sense to put myself before in terms of, because I only mention Gorbanevsky, and it sort of creates a better flow to play her presentation after mine. So if you don't mind, I'll share with you my PowerPoint. Right. Oh, right. Share screen. This is my PowerPoint. Let's begin. Magic. Is it working now? Do you have presenter's view? Gassan, do you know how to make it to full view?
To full screen. Do you have Mac or?
Yeah, I have Mac, and I go.
You just.
Zahar, if you go over to slideshow, the tab on slideshow,
Yeah.
and it'll offer you full screen there.
Slideshow, exactly.
Slideshow in the slide.
At the very top, do you see where it says home, insert, draw, design, transitions, animations? Choose slideshow.
Okay, one moment. One moment. All right. Lost in bother. No, I don't think, well, I don't think this is, well, I see slideshow, yeah. It's still
the procedure and then put and then press the slideshow.
Oh.
Try to double click the first image.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I'll do it.
Now we see it. We see all. Yeah.
You see the whole thing. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, wonderful. So my presentation is Joseph Brodsky from non-political poetry to poesy engagée. Zahar Isho from Uppsala University. I've been doing intermittently working on Brodsky for over 15 years and interviewed some of his associates and friends and did a lot of archival research and working on my book, Joseph Brodsky Found in Translation, which is done, but it's too longer than it's supposed to be. So I'm trying to cut it short. Well, the talk is dedicated to Brodsky's relationship with politics, both as a poet and a person, and some developments that I identified in it. In his 1992 introduction to the poems of his friend and Lithuanian poet Tomas Venclova, Brodsky traced back the coming to consciousness of his generation to one political event, or better say, a political defeat of the side with which he associated himself. Brodsky connected their intellectual awakening with the crashing down of the Hungarian uprising by the Soviet tanks. And it is fascinating to see how Brodsky is creating for himself this Russian-English genealogy, associating himself on the one hand with the poets of the Pushkin Pleiad and on the other with the Ordens group, and sort of equating the Hungarian rebellion of '56 with the defeat of the Decembrist revolt in 1825 and the Spanish Republic with which Orden group associated themselves. But what matters is the overriding feeling is that of profound disillusionment with politics. And yet in the West, Brodsky was known for political reasons because of his, when the transcripts of his Kafka's trial were made by journalist Frida Vigderova, were smuggled abroad and appeared in print in 1964. It turned him into the next cause célèbre after Pasternak's Zhivago affair just 6 years prior to that, in 1958. And this is sort of the most quoted phrase even on the first day of our symposium. Sharma mentioned it ad Boga. Well, in Russian, ad Boga, God-given talent it's a normal expression, but of course, in the atheist environment or sort of Marxist ideological state, it's clashed very much with the idiom of the state, which goes to show how independent Brodsky was from this main idiom. Oh, I pressed the wrong button here. Oh dear. But lots of his contemporaries thought that Brodsky was an apolitical poet. And in fact, the writer and dissident who alongside Anna Akhmatova was campaigning for his release, Lydia Chukovskaya, in her diaries, she said that, well, all this harassment campaign against Brodsky was unnecessary because he was actually a harmless person. He was not anti-Soviet, he says, he was simply a-Soviet, meaning apolitical. And this was echoed by his first American translator, George Klein, and later W.H. Auden in his foreword to selected poems by Brodsky reiterated the same, but Auden shrewdly pointed out that his defiantly apolitical stance was something which deviated too much and was responsible for his problems with, was the reason why he fell foul with the regime. Alexander Wat, a great major Polish Jewish 20th century poet, of whom Alisa is going to talk about later today. He had spent time in Stalin's prisons, but then later managed to escape to the West and was interviewed by Czesław Miłosz, his compatriot in Berkeley, and at the time when Brodsky was serving his Arctic term. And Wat suggested that the way for the Russian poets to liberate themselves from the Stalinist heritage was to abandon the language of politics altogether. And he mentioned Brodsky alongside Tertsynyavsky and Solzhenitsyn as the ones who managed to do just the same. And it isn't incidental that all three of those writers were persecuted by the Soviet regime. Miłosz later when Brodsky came to America in the wake of the martial law in Poland in 1981, they met in New York City. Both took part in a panel, and Miłosz must have remembered Wat's words, and he asked Brodsky directly whether his most political act was writing non-political poetry. And Brodsky was evasive, but he said that his main attitude was that of ignoring the state, having nothing to do with it, but not only with its programs and ideology, but first of all, with the language and the way it employed the language. And this harks back to something that Gassan was presenting about. And Brodsky's non-political stance was mythologized by Sergei Dovlatov, fellow Leningrad writer and later fellow New American, who said that he didn't struggle with the regime, he simply didn't notice it. But of course, that as Hannah Arendt suggested, in a totalitarian situation, such intellectual independence is more dangerous than even political opposition, and this creates explains his troubles with the Soviet state. But because of his non-political attitude, and he's another Lithuanian friend, Romas Katilius, was very much surprised that at the end of August 1968, Brodsky did something that he had never done before, wrote a poem on a burning political topic. This poem hasn't been published, and I'm going to read the excerpts from it in Russian to you, and you can follow, read the English translation. За Саву, Драву и Мораву, за Лабу, за Дунай, за Волтаву, за реки символы свободы, за то, что пришлым эти воды не вычерпать солдатской каской, за то, что не впадают в Каспий, и вспять бежать им не по нраву, за то, что русскому удаву не поддается чешский кролик, за то, что в Праге крутят ролик, опять времен протектората, за то, что Каин вспомнил брата и в ночь сварганил переправу, за наш позор, за вашу славу. But Brodsky was, he didn't write short poems. The drafts is longer, but the situation was developing rapidly, and the words of to your glory lost their meaning with the defeat and some sort of fake peace agreement. And Katilius remembered that later Brodsky told him that he didn't no longer knew what to write this poem about. So it hasn't been published. But the response of a different poet, Natalia Gorbanevskaya, who was close to his group, who also was endorsed by Akhmatova, was very different. Gorbanevskaya was an active dissident, and according to Wenzel, Brodsky approved of political dissent on principle, but didn't deem it an appropriate activity for a poet. And Gorbanevskaya.
I think it means his Wi-Fi failed. This is what happened.
Yes.
Do you remember, when did you lose me? Do you remember where I was before? Are you muted? No, I don't think I'm muted now.
Yes, we can hear
We
you
can
now.
hear you.
Yeah.
You can hear you.
We lost you after the unfinished poem about Prague.
Okay, wonderful. Now I know where to resume. Do you see my, am I still sharing a PowerPoint with you?
No.
No.
Oh, the PowerPoint is gone. We just see you.
Wonderful. How about now?
Yeah, we see you. This is exactly the moment. No,
Yeah.
no, don't go back.
Okay, this is exactly the moment, and I was saying that Natalia Gorbanevskaya was close to their group. Akhmatova had endorsed her had endorsed his circle of Naiman, Bogushov, Rein, and Brodsky to include her. They said, but will you stop this? This distracts me, I'm very sorry. To include her as a member, which they never did, to tell something of a feminist issue in Russia, or maybe she also lived in Moscow, but she was an active dissident, and Brodsky, according to Wenzel, endorsed dissent on principle, but didn't deem it an appropriate activity for a poet. And Gorbanevsky is, of course, known as one of the 8 heroes, and you're going to hear about her in Alexander Smith's presentation, who participated in the single demonstration against the invasion of Czechoslovakia, and despite her having two small children, she then was arrested, spent 3 years undergoing abuses of Soviet punitive psychiatry. And after Brodsky was expelled from Russia, and one of the first pieces he wrote in Michigan was The Fate of a Poetess about Gorbanevsky, and he lamented that her poetry was obfuscated by what he described as the police drama. And he said that in the consciousness of even the informed reader, the simple cliche comes to mind: dissident also writes poetry. And he said it's too bad that Gorbanevsky is one of the best poets in Russia today, and political themes occupy an extremely modest place in her work. And I believe that this apprehension, this danger of poetry, and he was right, because today, as Alexandra Smith is going to confirm, Gorbanevsky is very little known for her poetry, even in Russia, and a little more known as a dissident. And this is the reason I believe that Brodsky played down what he had undergone in Russia himself, and as Sontag pointed out, played down and said that was elegant enough to claim that he didn't suffer in his during his Arctic labor confinement. But I believe that something happened when he came to America. He was endorsed by Auden, whom he met in Austria, and then they together traveled to the Poetry International in London, and they ensued a friendship that lasted for as long as Auden lived, 1.5 years. Both of them stayed in Spender's house in London, and Spender also solicited Brodsky to contribute to this volume in memory of Auden, which he edited in 1974, and Brodsky wrote a poem which he later regretted because he thought that his English was not up to the task. But in this volume, Spender refers to Auden's poem on the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, praises it as a terse, authoritative summation of the invasion in words that have the accent of a public execution. And Alice is going to discuss this poem. I don't want to steal the stage, but I believe that Brodsky, who was very competitive and was also saw Auden as a model, wrote not too many, but a number of political poems, and some of them created controversy. The first one was on the death of Zhukov, Marshal Zhukov, and of course the sort of mythology of World War II was the greatest event. He was a child of the siege of, was born in 1940, Brodsky, but on the other hand, Zhukov was Stalin's henchman, and the way he conducted the war, of course, contributed to enormous loss of life and soldiers. And Brodsky wrote this, and lots of émigré poets reacted negatively when it was published, and also Miłosz commented. He saw it as a sort of imperial alliance to this imperial sublime. Then there was a poem on the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Then there was the Berlin Wall tune, a martial law, Carroll on the martial law in Poland. This is more successful point, the Belfast tune, Bosnia tune, and the most sort of controversial on the independence of Ukraine, which Venclova, remember that he advised Brodsky not to publish. Brodsky followed this advice, but he read it in public and it became public and acquired a very unpleasant ring in 2014 in the wake of the Russian invasion, annexation of Crimea, and then this anti-Shannon door. So most of those political poems written in imitation of Auden in English, and there are only 3 poems that were written in Russian. The martial law Carol was more personal because he knew Voroshilsky and Dravich in person, but the independence of Ukraine is more problematic, and Bukov sort of used it as an opportunity to write the most damning piece, I think. Well, in the 1978, Limonov wrote a very unpleasant piece against Brodsky, and then Craig Rain and Reed, but I think Bukov's is the most damning piece. He sort of describes Brodsky as this imperial poet and almost like associated with the Ruski Mir, which is sort of Putin's Russia. I would argue that Brodsky and Putin's Russia don't see eye to eye. And in fact, Venclova remembered that Brodsky, in a conversation to him, admitted that every action of his was colored with the desire to defeat the Soviet totalitarian state. And Venclova argues that Brodsky assimilated this disillusioned and stoic and scornful attitude towards totalitarian empire. And in fact, he very positively reacted to the dissolution of the USSR. But in a way, he was aggrieved by that Ukraine he thought that the Soviet Union was dissolved, and then all the parties that contributed to dissolution had now to unite in creating sort of new future, new country. But of course, Ukraine wanted to contribute to a different country, and he put his grievances in this poem, which is sort of offensive to Ukrainians, but it didn't have this implication. It sort of came to haunt him 20 years after it was written, and 20 years after Brodsky died. So, which goes to show that perhaps his caution, early caution of sort of mixing poetry and politics was right, but then he didn't have to lose it. He wasn't cautious enough. So I will stop here, and then maybe you'll have some comments. Otherwise, we don't stick to the schedule. Thank you very much.
Zachar, I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, Per-Arne Bodin, Stockholm University. Do you hear me, Zachar?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Yes, if you compare Brodsky with Pushkin in relation to the empire, do you think it's the empire for Pushkin and the empire for Brodsky, that perhaps it's the same category? It is not a totalitarian empire, but it is still empire. and sublime, you say the imperial sublime. Isn't that the correct definition of Brodsky's relation to empire and Pushkin's relation? Yes, that was my question.
Thank you very much. Well, there is, of course, there is, of course, the echo of, Mickiewicz's and Pushkin's falling out in the wake of 1831 events in Poland, and this would in part sort of justify Brodsky as a continuator, really, of Russian Golden Age tradition rather than of the sort of Soviet imperialism. But this legacy, as we have seen in the last 20 plus years, has become problematic. Russian imperial legacy has been inherited by the modern day Russia. Although Brodsky himself was expressed early on some criticism of Solzhenitsyn, which he sort of dumbed down at a later period and describing him really as this sort of Russian old-style Tsarist imperialist. But I think that there is a connection between Pushkin and Brodsky. I think it is not as bad as definitely Bykov is trying to portray it, but it is still problematic, as we see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Irena, does anyone want to chip in?
Zachar, could I ask you about Brodsky's 1992 poem, К переговорам в Кабуле? How would you include that in the list of political poems, and would it contribute to an argument?
I forgot about it. Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, plus you had a question. I'm very sorry. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Now, yes, there was a break in connection.
Breakdown in communication. I forgot totally about that poem, and it's sort of I just think that this is all dated. Afghanistan, since 9/11 and the new Afghan invasion, and it just I think those poems, including the one of 1980, they have dated incredibly, and this has something to do with political topics per se. But I forgot to include the poem. I forgot about the poem. Thank you for reminding me. Gassan?
If I may ask, the meaning of the word political was in 1960s completely different than in 1980s and 1990s. Mm-hmm. Just one example, in the recently published diaries of Soviet prose authors like Golubkov, or poets like Golubkov, Dmitry Golubkov, or writers like Aksionov and the Circle of Aksionov, we find the word commercial. The word commercial means somebody who is writing about Lenin, Marx, or somebody else. Sorry. So it's not political. Political is somebody who is writing about in 1960s, I mean 1960s. Political is somebody who is writing about Europe or Russian history. And of course, it's the same with left and right, who is left and who is right. In the 1960s, in the Soviet Union, the word left was actually, didn't mean left-wing political groups or movements in Europe. Left was liberal and right were communists. Then political, Akhmatova would have never said that she is political in her anti-Ukrainianism. She was really Ukraine-phobic. And in Lydia Chukovskaya, Zapiski об Анне Akhmatovой, we read it expressis verbis. She said, this language, I hate this language. Mamo, chodemo. I don't like it, it's not mine. And Lydia Chukovskaya asked her, but how is it with Shevchenko? And she said, it's not mine, it doesn't belong to me. And Lydia Chukovskaya writes, puts it down. And then when Brodsky is writing his famous, or maybe not that famous, but his against Ukraine, he is political, but he would never call himself or his own poem as political, and himself as political poet. The same with Gorbanevskaya. He says she is not political. She was not political. She was very political. She was very, her devotion to Polish language and Poland, and was very political, of course, for Russian relations. Her anti-imperial elan always very strong, and he calls her non-political, which means that the notion of political is in the language of this line from Akhmatova to Brodsky is different. It's very specific. Let us say it this way.
Well, we shouldn't allow Bykov to judge it ahistorically. Is that what? Can you hear me?
But with interruptions.
Oh, that's sad. No, I said we shouldn't allow Bykov to read them ahistorically. No, he didn't. You can't hear me. Oh, I'm so sad. One moment.
We can hear you just fine.
We can hear you. It was just what you said that we don't react to.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, that I'm saying nonsense. Well, you just are not familiar with Bykov's sort of attack on Brodsky, and he's really exponent of sort of Soviet, epitome of Soviet intelligentsia, but Soviet in the sense as docile, and it's really it's really ironic that he should attack Brodsky as this sort of exponent of the Russian Empire in today's sense. But I have one question here from the audience of one. This is a student, Robert, here from Uppsala.
So you may have answered my question, but I'm wondering, the people who associate Brodsky with Ruski Mir and Putin, Is this coming from his detractors who are trying to further smudge his memory, or is it coming from the Russian right itself, trying to find in Brodsky a sympathetic cultural figure? Where is it coming from?
I should ask, maybe Ghassan knows, because I haven't been in Russia since 2013, so I don't know what is going on. So if you can hear us, what we
Yes,
said.
I didn't fully grasp the question.
Well,
if the question is about political or Brodsky, or what is
the question was since 2014 was the notion of Brodsky as sort of representative of Ruski Mir, who's someone who would support the annexation of Crimea. Was it sort of generated by people like Prilepin, by the state-sponsored, or was it a notion by Bykov, who just wants to advance his own reputation by drowning Brodsky? And what's
you know, it is a very very broad question, and I will just try to answer it very shortly. Of course, first of all, we cannot say what Brodsky would have said if he saw the tremendous deterioration of the level of political discussion, of the level of political in Russia in general in Russia, because after 2014, I personally see really a small minority which is realizing the huge human, political, and let's say impossibility of this politics towards Ukraine, the annexation of Crimea, and so on. So the deterioration of logical, moral, and political level of discussion, and so on. It wasn't totally unacceptable act for any reasonable person. But I saw the majority of people around me absolutely, let us say, without interest in what happened. On the other hand, and that's why I think Bykov is so important and his position should be respected somehow. The lack of understanding of a poet, of poetry as world where there are no generals, there are no marshals, there are no presidents, there are no tsars. The cult of personality of Brodsky is, or the understanding that Brodsky is a god of poetry in the 20th century. Brodsky was a very good poet. There is no discussion about it. He's extremely interesting and so on, but there are also other poets. And why should we create this pyramid of Pushkin, Pasternak, or Mandelstam, Brodsky, or any other constellation? Why shouldn't we say these poems are good, these poems are not that good, this is too political, this is very primitive, and so on. So that's his right. That's the right of Dmitry Bykov to say about something in the country which is going wrong. And that is what is going wrong with the language, with the political behavior, with the behavior in everyday life. That has different incorporations. One incorporation is political. That's with Crimea. Another incorporation is linguistic. This really, people look at Ukrainian language as if it were not a language, as if it were just a dialect of Russian and just something which has no right to be a language of the state, a language of poetry, a language of history. They are teaching in Ukrainian in Crimea. What a terrible crime. In Crimea in 2012, there were 6 Ukrainian schools and many hundreds of Russian schools, Russian-speaking schools. That was, let us say, the colonization of Crimea by Ukrainians. So the attitude towards Ukraine, towards Belarus, towards other languages in Russia since 2014 has deteriorated. You cannot compare it to the late Soviet, even to the late Soviet times. And now there is nowadays in the current situation, many people, really well-educated people, just neglect this general attitude. They neglect the political consequences of what happened in the year 2014. These 6 years on the level of political language, language of literature, just simply behavior of people towards other cultures. This deterioration is very deplorable. And I would say that Brodsky would have never supported something of the kind, because just I can't believe that. I really believe when I read Thomas Venclova or I speak to him, I really think that his influence would have been stronger on or Gorbanevskaya, who cannot see what's going on now. It is interesting. It is extremely interesting from the point of view of historian, but it is extremely deplorable from the point of view of somebody who lived in 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, and is now in this position. That's why your paper on Brodsky is so important, Zachar. It's an important point. Subject. I'm so sorry for this long.
No. It was wonderful because I realize that I miss this context and cannot read. I wasn't aware of this cult of Brodsky really, and I even sort of discussed with Venclova because I was appalled by Bykov's article, but I now see the point, and also there's the whole context that I'm missing, and I think that I'm not the only one to thank you for clarifying that for us. But unless anyone has a very quick question, because I was reproached yesterday for not keeping to the schedule, because we had half an hour break, and Lars will eat me alive. He will chime in that we're already 5 minutes overdue, and we haven't played the Alexandra's presentations. I don't know what to do. We can play it after the break. Her presentation, it's only 15 minutes. I have audio and the PowerPoint. What do you, shall we, what Lars thinks? Or anybody, or Ellen.
It's up to you to decide.
Yeah, Ellen. Well, let's take a break, because it's very, this format is difficult. Let's reconvene at 15 minutes past the hour. Yeah, okay. 15 minutes past the hour. Okay, are you in? Thank you so much for your presence, and thank you so much, Ghassan. You are wonderful and unique and well, no, but you also link between, as Hannah Arendt would say, between past and future. You have such a grounding in classical philology, but also this connection to what is present, which some of us lack, being emigres and voluntary exiles. Okay, speak to you at 15 minutes past the hour, so about 23 minutes from now. Take care. So I will play the recording, and she's a professor at the University of Edinburgh. She has extensively published on all sorts of universalists, and more recently on poetic canons and cultural memory and Russian national identity. Well, when I met her, well, she was in this wonderful conference back in 2014 in Uppsala. Okay, I'll start playing her presentation on this device.
I'd like to say a few things about Gorbanevskaya today, and define her perhaps as a poet who writes from the point of view of a witness. So if you look at my PowerPoint presentation, you will see that Gorbanevsky is usually seen as a person who was a human rights activist, who was very important to the whole movement of Russian dissidents in the 1970s, but also she's very well known for her participation in the demonstrations against Prague events in 1968. So she was one of 8 people who took part in this demonstration, and she's usually referred to as a person who came to this demonstration with a buggy in which she carried her child. But at the same time, Gorbanevsky was a very good translator from several languages, including Polish language, and she was even offered Polish citizenship almost after 30 years of her life in Paris in exile. So what we know about her, that she wrote a lot of poetry in the earlier 70s and then up to 60s. They were distributed through Samizdat. She also worked as an editor and as a journalist who was interested in human rights, and she was quite an outspoken critic of totalitarian tendencies in the Soviet Union. But somehow she is not well known as a poet in Russia today, although after the collapse of the Soviet Union she was invited to give interviews, she was invited to have poetry recitals in Russia. So I think it's still early perhaps to say that she's going to be a part of the canon, but at the same time we could see that she's part of this dissident movement canon, and also an
hello guys, this is technical problem. First of all, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes.
And were you able to follow Sasha before her Alexandra's presentation?
at the beginning.
At the beginning?
Till about a minute ago, till about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay. I'll rewind it a little bit.
but somehow she is not well known as a poet in Russia today.
Zahar, I think you should move the PowerPoints also, the slides.
I have moved them. They're not too many. She packed a lot of stuff on few slides.
So she was invited to have poetry recitals in Russia. So I think it's still early perhaps to say that she's going to be a part of the canon. But at the same time, we could see that she's part of this dissident movement canon and also an emerging canon of third wave Russian migration. Despite of scholarly books dedicated to her, there was a recognition of her importance. In 2014, Lyudmila Ulitskaya actually published a volume in which she called Karbanevskaya not a female poet, but poetka. So she used this sort of a special Polish word for poetka, this sort of quite unique, really, poet. So the book actually contains some memos, some interviews, but also some of Karbanevskaya's own essays and important statements. So what is important perhaps to remember about Karbanevskaya, that in her early career, she was personally a friend of Akhmatova. Not only she knew Akhmatova, she greatly admired her. And in one of her memos, she actually said that she's very grateful to her fate for meeting Akhmatova, because Akhmatova taught her how to get rid of this Byronic, romantic overtones of Russian poetry that were particularly expressed in the poetry of Russian romantics of the 19th century, but also in the poetry of Tsvetaeva. So somehow, I think she learned from Akhmatova the ideas that you could be a martyr, you could be a witness, you could be opposed to totalitarian tendency, but you don't need to present yourself as a hero. So she really disliked this sort of heroic traits of Russian romantic poetry and poetry of Tsvetaeva. So what we see actually that she shares with Akhmatova a strong belief in God. She was very interested in religious things, but also she shares with Akhmatova a strong interest in everyday life. And also she shared with Akhmatova a strong interest in memory. So I would say that both Akhmatova and Karbanevskaya could be seen as poets whose mode of writing can be defined as sacramental realism. If you look at my PowerPoint, you could see that several scholars wrote about this mode of writing, and they usually say that what you find in this type of poetry, you see a lot of interesting everyday life details, but somehow they are ascribed with symbolic meaning, as if somehow you sort of see them in order to experience a dual reality, as if sort of behind this real world, you feel that there's a presence of something that is evolving, but also perhaps the gaze of God, and something that is very difficult to put into words. So I think that is a very, very important feature of Karbanevskaya poetry, because, for example, some of her poems, even written in exile already in 2011, feature, for example, a kitchen sink with a lot of dishes that are not washed. And they are presented in a very poetic sort of way, as if they represent the chaos of the world. And she feels that she really can't wash these dishes now because she feels that she has an inspiration, she needs to write a poem. So it's written with a bit of self-irony. It's a very short poem, but somehow she just do. So what I'm saying, quite often we see this tone that is very similar to Akhmatova, as if she's just talks about her everyday life in a way that it's very ordinary, it's humble, it's insignificant, but in these insignificant details we recognize there's a strong presence of something divine, of the divine order. So today I just want to draw your attention to a poem written as a document in some ways, because it was written during her imprisonment in the Buddhist prison, and it was just before she was sent to a psychiatric ward in Kazan. А завтра здесь не сыщешь и следа от тени, что вдоль стен за мной скользила. Я улыбаюсь, горькая слеза, как льдинка на зрачке моем застыла, как в домике игрушечном следа не позволяет глянуть сквозь оконце, как ничего нельзя прочесть с лица, в котором прежний день уже окончен. А новый загорится не теперь, и след слезы не слышен и не виден, и лишь метель раскачивает дверь, в которую мы все когда-то выйдем. As you can see from this poem, yes, and then we have this note, Буддистская тюрьма, больничка, январь 71 год, накануне отправки в Казань. So it looks like a diary entry, because she wants us to remember about her fate as a dissident, as a person who was imprisoned. But at the same time, this poem is not really about a depressed victim of the regime. It's a poem that actually gives you a sense of hope, because she's talking about tomorrow. She doesn't know what sort of a day would happen to her, what will await her in another place. But at the same time, she knows that it's like a cyclical sort of a perception of time, that something else would evolve, and somehow she needs to survive. She has a strong moral voice that she is determined really to resist her imprisonment, her humiliation, and as if she understands that it's only a phase in her life. So you can see that the imagery is very simple. Not only that, but she compares this room in a prison to a little sort of a house, which usually like игрушечный домик, as if it is just a toy house. It's sort of not something that is very frightening. But at the same time, she is suggesting that she is smiling. Yes, she's crying and smiling at the same time. And this type of imagery, of course, is similar to Akhmatova's Requiem, because we know that Akhmatova talks about her motherhood in a very direct way. So the narrator says, well, when she heard about the verdict of her son, she still needs to actually wash a lot of dishes. She needs her life to go on in the same way, because she needs to survive. And here we have a very, very similar message. But also, it is important to know that she's taking this poem as an ethical, really, act of writing. And she reminds her readers that we're all parts of this humankind, and no matter whether we're imprisoned or we're suffering, one day we're going to embrace eternity. И лишь метель раскачивает дверь, в которую мы все когда-то войдем. So, therefore, in the midst of the eternity, this moment of suffering is not that significant. She's trying to tell us that it's difficult to know what is awaiting for you in future, but at the same time, if you have a sense of belonging to a community of readers, or a community of dissidents, or a community of friends, and you have a faith in God, you would be able to survive. You would still be able to be very strong, because you're empowered with this faith. So here it is important to say that many of her poems have really invoke Akhmatova's Requiem. And when she was a friend of Akhmatova, not only she was very interested in this long poem about the victims of Stalinism, but she also produced many copies of this poem. So she distributed it, she made it known to Samizdat readers, and that was in itself was a courageous act, because she wanted Russians to know about a very, very important contribution of Akhmatova to continuation of Russian culture, but also to the act of memory. So to sum up, I'd like to say that what we see really in many of her poems, even if they are written maybe in France or in Russia, that she is concerned with memory. She is strongly opposed to any sense of oppression, right? So she's very interested in freedom, but at the same time, we feel that in her poems, she memorizes important details that somehow she feels they are ascribed with symbolic meaning, and they might be very important for remembering them. So she's talking about human experiences rather than events per se. But quite often these human experiences are situated in such a way that they help us to reframe our memories about the past. They help us to reconsider our knowledge about the past. But also they are helping us perhaps to understand that something else is coming, that life always evolves and our identities always evolve. So therefore, we could say that this poem could be read as a document, just like Akhmatova's Requiem, but she's hoping that if there will be no evidence of her imprisonment, at least her poem would survive. So from that point of view, I think she has a sort of very powerful reading voice as a witness who wants her experience to be remembered, but also by talking about the idea of a collective identity, collective reader, she's referring to we. So we sort of already this word expands the space that is involved in this poem. But therefore, what she's trying to tell us, she's trying to tell us that we should remember her and other people who might have been imprisoned there. We have a very powerful image here referring to her shadow. So basically, а завтра здесь не сыщешь и следа от тени, что вдоль стен за мной скользила. So she is suggesting there are a lot of shadows like this in Russia, and somehow they need to be identified and remembered. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Well, we did it. Any, what do you see? Okay. Any reactions? I'm totally sorry. Lars was absolutely right. I should have moved the PowerPoint. But it is available. I made it available on Padlet, so you can still access it. And if you want to look.
May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you. We will have to send greetings to Alexandra Smith for this presentation. It's very important that she turned our attention to Gorbanevskaya, the poet, Natalia Gorbanevskaya. Most of us know her as the prominent dissident who went on the Red Square the 21st of August 1968, and later was the editor of Continent, and but her poetry And I must confess, I have not been very familiar with her poetry earlier. It's an impressive, the poem Alexandra shows here is, well, it's not unpolitical at all. It's, but she is her own role. She wants to stay in the background, so to say. It's we who can enter or go through this door some time in the future. Not I, but we. In fact, the poem is available in quite a good English translation, which I mentioned on the chat. So if you want to go to the chat, you can see the link to Poetry Archive or something like that. There you can get the text in English for those who don't read Russian. Thank you.
In the chat. I don't see it in the chat. And I don't hear you. Maybe I
It takes too much time, perhaps. Anyone who wants can go to the chat and see the link to the Poetry Magazine archive.
Okay. Well, there are some people who are trying to enter, like Torsten. One moment. Oh, Alisa has just said that she cannot join. Okay, and Torsten.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yeah, is Torsten here?
I am here.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I just read your email that.
Yeah, but I'm in now, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. Okay, sorry, I'm just got distracted with reading emails. Now I don't have to read them. Okay, any more comments on Gorbanevskaya? Gassan is gonna leave us soon, so maybe he wants to say something before that.
I think it's great that Sasha was speaking on Gorbanevskaya's poetry. Mainly because her poetry is actually not recepted in Russia at all. And there are people who would say that she's too political, and that her attitude to languages like Polish language, for example, her attitude to Czech literature, to other literatures, to other literary worlds in Eastern Europe are very politicized. That's another meaning of the word political. She was, unfortunately, understanding language as so holistically. And you cannot just talk about high quality of poetry, Pasternak or Brodsky, but you have to keep your eye on the not on the moral issue, but on the rational understanding, rationality of the sort. I will give you one example, because we were discussing this particular point with Natalia Gorbanevskaya and with some other poets. It was interesting that Paul Celan, the great German poet of the 20th century, I would say, or German speaking poet of the 20th century, the Jewish German poet of the 20th century, or Russian Jewish German poet, because Russian was his another, nearly his mother tongue. Celan could not translate Boris Pasternak into German. He said, it's too much literature for me. But he could translate Babi Yar by Evgeny Yevtushenko. And that's a big question, so to say, a question, how could he, how dared he to say that the greatest, one of the greatest lyrics of the 20th century was too much literature to him. And this nearly Soviet poet, or Soviet poet, with very few really great poems, was less was political and thus worth translating. So he translated him, and this part of the understanding of the place of Russian poetry in the world of Eastern European Slavonic poetries was for Gorbanevskaya a very important point. It's a part of her quality as a human being, as a poet. I think that's what Sasha Smith also expressed, and that is her very special quality of how she wrote, of this specific rationality of her poetry, specific rationality of her language. And now it's a sort of fashionable to speak about post-colonial view and post-colonial language, but that's exactly what can characterize Natalia Gorbanevskaya, also as editor of or co-editor of the magazine Novaya Polsha, New Poland, and as translator of poetry. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about it.
Okay, thank you so much, Ghassan. And this is your birthday, I understand. We all wish you a happy birthday. What?
Say that, but my guests already came, and
Yeah. No big deal. Thank you so much for being with us. And we're letting you off the hook, and enjoy the Peloponnes and birthday. And you're such a treat always to us. Thank you. Okay. Bye. Okay. Thank you, Ghassan. Okay. Ghassan has gone. Irena, you also met Gorbanevsky. Somebody else wants to say. We don't have to be the same people. Alan wants to say maybe something. Per Arne, I don't know. Karin, okay, go. Yeah.
Yeah, just if Sasha was here, I would have asked her why she didn't bring up Tsvetaeva's poem Prakrastsya, because I think there's a very clear echo from her of dialogue with «А может быть глубокая победа над временем, пройти, чтобы не оставить тени на стенах». And it seems like there's a dialogue going on here, and that Sasha would have known, I think. So it's a,
yeah, I think.
I just wonder why she didn't bring it up.
Well, if the Sasha is not there, so
No.
we
You
only
can answer for her.
we only can guess. But if I'm allowed to guess, I think there was like a very strong example of anxiety of influence with Gorbanevsky. So he refuted, when you read Gorbanevsky, you know Tsvetaeva, the similarity is striking, but he was so adamant. If you read this book, Poetka, and really this rejection of Tsvetaeva, which seems, you know, inexplicable, paradoxical, and so maybe it is like Sasha, out of her loyalty to Gorbanevsky, she's like not bringing her up. But and I experienced this. I was back at ATSIL in San Diego back in February, back in the last century. And there was a student who was also presenting on Gorbanevsky, and this was the first, my reaction, you know, oh, this reads like Tsvetaeva. And she said apologetically, yes, but Gorbanevsky hated Tsvetaeva. So in a way, this is maybe professional, the formation professionnelle of a Gorbanevsky scholar, not to mention the devil Tsvetaeva. But of course, you're absolutely right. I think she should be mentioned, and it's a productive field. What does Lars say as a Tsvetaeva translator?
Oh, not a translator of Tsvetaeva. No. Yes, Karin, I think you're right. I should have noticed that, but I didn't.
Don't beat yourself up. Okay. Anybody else? Are we?
Is Alyssa ready to?
She is. She cannot. She just wrote to me. She said she has some issues. She cannot, and she will contribute in some other ways. We will. I will ask her maybe to make a record. I will share this, maybe this list. We'll have to decide. I will also need to share with you this recordings, make them available. So we will make up for it, but she's not available. Hello. I said, would you like to stop sharing? Or maybe we'll keep the envoy of Mr. Kogita, who wants to chip in with a comment. Thank you very much, Adam. That was fantastic. Thank you. Irene, I thought she was raised.
I'm sorry, I can't stop myself. This was so thunderous. Thank you. It really, you know, shook me. I have a couple of questions to you that are side questions, but that are about this, about the essence of what is done. It is, the first thing is that this poem that you are rightly bringing in as one of the most important poems that have been written in the last, I don't know, 100 years in Poland. This is a poem that is, it was a beloved poem both of some dissidents like Jacek Kuron and of people who were against these dissidents. And I mean not the government, but the people who are now in power. That is, the people who were who considered the dissidents as non-Polish in a way, in this deep way, as not really embodying Poland. And this poem, there's this part which is, and do not forgive, truly, I do not forgive. Truly, it is not in your power to forgive. In the name of those betrayed at dawn. This is part of the general vocabulary now. You know, if you see this kind of the government propaganda, you see betrayed at dawn about the people who were the. So I'm asking about something that is negative thunder. This was a positive, amazingly positive thunder, in the sense that it mobilized the dignity, the sense of dignity of the people. But it was also a certain envoy that was proposing a strong position. The same thing we were talking with Zach about this Brodsky poem about Ukraine. This was a thunder. It was really something. It was like a shock when he wrote this poem. When some people read this poem, it was really a shock. It's very powerful. So the poetry, this phenomenological attunement to the what Leszek was saying, to the what was it, quoting Adorno, to the voice of the people, to the voice of the society, or to the meanings that are circulating and they are not verbalized. This is something that is great in the sense that it can capture this phenomenon, but it is also something that is truly, truly dangerous.
I wonder though, this is, thank you for that, because I mean, you've highlighted something that is so incredibly complex about the life of a poem. And that, I mean, what you've said and what I understand, have understood, is that it did have this, its original impact was the sense of giving back of dignity. And the problem is that the poet who's dead in the poem that goes on can't what's the word, protect itself from all uses. And this is hard. I mean, Herbert would have been appalled, I assume, if he had seen the way in which it would be used.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I see that, I don't know if Jan is here, but Leszek maybe can talk. I don't think so. This was Herbert, this was really what Herbert wanted to say.
No, but I mean, would he be appalled by Kaczynski and Co.'s use of it?
You know, he was, he affiliated himself with this patriotic right at a certain moment, and against Miłosz, so to say. Mm-hmm. I mean, when I say Miłosz, it's not only personal against Miłosz, but also against this tradition that was a tradition, anti-romantic tradition. He wanted to embody military tradition. It's complicated because he was such a great, great poet. But this was his political declaration in the last, I don't know, 7, 10 years of his life, maybe even more. Mm. So it's exactly what he wanted to say. Mm-hmm. So it's not misinterpretation. I may be too prosaic in the sense that I am, like I interpret, for example, the Brodsky poem and the Fortinbras poem. But you know, that is, I I feel, because I'm so trained by Miłosz, I do believe in what the poet is saying. You know, I do not interpret it that way because I don't like it or I don't agree with it or because it has been then used for some other things. I'm just trying to read it on the page. And on the page, he said, do not forgive. Now, this is a very, very Catholic poem in which he doesn't say what he's supposed to say. And do forgive. Yes, he says, do not forgive. This is a very clear statement. And it meant a different thing that it means today, but it also meant a certain, it kind of proposed a certain attitude that is the vengeance, the repayment that is now being implemented at least as it is being declared.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So this is what there are thunders. This is I really like the way you are expressing it, because I do think I agree with you that poetry has this power of expressing what we cannot say, we who are not poets. But when we hear it, we understand that this is it, that this is what we want, this is what we would have said if we, that this is some kind of truth. And maybe, you know, that we, in the moment later, we cannot even catch it, but we know that this is some kind of emotional, intellectual, or phenomenological truth. But I do agree that this is it, but it is so dangerous. This is what I wanted to say.
Okay, yeah, you want to respond, or Leszek wanted to chip in? Yeah.
What does Leszek want to say?
Okay, thank you for this lecture, and I use this category thunder a little bit intuitively, but after your lecture, I am sure that I should work on this and maybe to make this category kind of a theoretical category even for philosophy. I am not a philologist, but I would like to follow what you said about Husserl and about Miłosz and about senses, because I think that it is a very important. But briefly speaking, first, as of course you know, Husserl in these Prague lectures developed a very interesting concept of Lebenswelt. So his idea is that we build so many artificial construction in our knowledge that now there is time to return to the elementary experience, to our world of everyday life experience, world of experience. It is untranslatable into other languages, so Lebenswelt, a world of our lives, direct world of our lives. And this is, it was crucial for Husserl. It was very crucial for his ethics, politics, and so on. And it is in philosophy, it is one of these strange shift in philosophical thinking, because before he was much more concerned with consciousness, and then he came to the Lebenswelt, to the, in fact, to the senses, and I think that it is a very important existential category, that we live in world of our experience. I would add here world of our action. We construct this world, but it is the only world in which we work, in which we can exist. And by coincidence, 2 or 3 days ago, I read Miłosz for some other reason, And I found a very interesting short poem which is called Hope. Maybe I will try to put this on the chat. So maybe you can, there's the only one. I don't know if you remember this poem, Hope. I have here, but
Irena remembers. Irena remembers, but Irena remembers, but she needs to unmute herself. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, but maybe you read it because it's not long. You have it in.
Hope is with you when you believe the earth is not a dream but living flesh. The sight, touch, and hearing do not lie. That all things you have ever seen here are like a garden looked at from a gate. You cannot enter, but you are sure it is there. Could we but look more clearly and wisely, we might discover somewhere in the garden a strange new flower and unnamed star. Some people say we should not trust our eyes, that there is nothing, just a seeming, that those are the ones who have no hope. They think that the moment we turn away, the world behind our backs ceases to exist, as if snatched up by the hands of thieves. And for me, as a philosopher, it was incredible because this is a critic of historically George Berkeley, famous English-British philosopher, who developed this concept that existence is to be perceived, exist to be perceived. And in the broader register, it is a rejection of solipsism. As you may know, solipsism is like the specter of Western philosophy, because there is no rational reason to believe that other people, other things exist. There is very rational to think that I am only being which exists, and the world is my presentation, vision, imagination, and so on. And it is very logic. And this is the problem, because of course nobody openly, maybe Berkeley, but with some, of course, correction, but it is like the border, frontier of philosophy. And the problem with solipsism is that if we assume such concept, then there is no responsibility. There is no responsibility, because if other things don't exist, we are not responsible for anything. So I was very struck. It was again thunder when I read 2 days ago these poems by Miłosz. This openly, how to say, return to things, return to the reality, and the reality as a hardcore of hope, because he's perfectly right. There is no hope if we don't believe in the existence of external world. And the third person I would like to mention here is a contemporary French sociologist, Lig Boltanski. His idea, he's a very good sociologist, very interesting, as his idea is that in fact we construct reality. He called this reality of reality, that there is like something we taken for granted. So there is the world, social world, which we never question. And of course, any social critique has to start with the questioning of this obvious world. And there are several possibility of testing reality of reality, he says, Lig Boltanski. But what would be especially interesting for us and for me is what he called existential test. So people testing reality of reality on their own life. and it could be
I
very
give you 1 more minute, Leszek. Well,
okay.
okay.
It would be like moment, a vague moment of feeling injustice. So I would like to finish with the concept of thunder in poetry, like that poet force us to see world in different perspective. And it is very physically, it is like to take us through the head and saying, you must see, you must see. This is a thunder, I would say, provisionally now.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's.
May I? May I?
Wait, could I respond to Leszek first?
Yeah, yes.
Hold on.
Ellen first.
I just wanted to say that I don't know whether you have read recently the Shestov essay by Miłosz, where he, you see that he really has, he's absolutely working through the battle between Husserl and Shestov. And he makes reference to a text that I think you would love, which is Shestov's homage to Husserl after Husserl has died. And because Shestov knew Husserl and actually met him a number of times and had a bunch of big fights with him, in fact, and because we know they had very diametrically opposed ideas. But in Shestov's homage to Husserl, he tells an incredibly moving story because one has this sort of impression of Husserl being just a really kind of very dry scientist in a way. And he talks about Husserl one day, telling him a story that one day he was standing in front of his students, basically earlier in his career, having diligently worked through all the scientific method. And Husserl says, I had nothing in my hands. I realized I had nothing that I really believed in that I was imparting to them. And at that moment, he goes through a kind of Husserl goes through a radical transformation and decides that he wants to find what he really can believe in and what he can stand on. And Shestov talks about how impassioned Husserl is about the search for meaning. And also that the impact of when he was stripped of his academic privileges in Freiburg has also this great shock on his system when he writes The Crisis. But in the essay, you see that Miłosz is working through Husserl's position and Shestov's rejection of reason, and there's just this very interesting thing which is reflected in the poem that you found, that Miłosz decides, well, I'm going to believe in the world. I'm going to actually say the world exists. It's not solipsistic. I'm here. I see things. There are other people. There are objects, and I'm going to talk about them. And I think that one thing, in a way, I feel sort of almost bad for Miłosz about was that he felt that he had to so diligently work through the arguments and say, okay, I believe in the world. I see the hands. Whereas other poets sometimes rebelliously, as I said, just make that leap. Okay, but I'll stop there and yeah.
Okay, first last, then Irena, because
yes. Yes.
Unless Irena is specific.
Can I speak?
A specific thing about that, okay? If I may, sorry, because I will be very short. The poem Hope is a part of a cycle that was written, which is Hope, it is part of faith, hope, and wait, it was Hope, love. So it was part of a cycle that was written long before Miłosz read Shestov. It was written during the war in 1943 in Warsaw, just as we were talking about these poems before. So it is before he then works on it. but this words he just wants to justify himself, his attitude. But this was his pre-Shestov attitude.
But I have a question about that though, because I was reading his wartime letters, and I was thinking about how he was in Paris in 1934, actually, exactly then, listening to lectures. And in his letters during the war, he talks about trying to work through his ethical program and I wondered, are you sure of the date, the exact date that he discovered Shestov?
I was sure till you now mentioned it, so I'm going to check. So.
Okay. There's in his letters to this compilation, the only one that we have in English. He talks about I'm working through my ethical program. So that's okay.
Okay, let's Lars say his word.
Yes, I want to be very short. Thank you, Ellen, for a wonderful text. Really a text.
It was a talk, it wasn't a text.
And the thunder that you concentrated on. And thank you for bringing up the poem of Zbigniew Herbert. I tried to mention it yesterday, actually, but with the wrong title, I said the mission of Mr. Cogito. It's the envoy of Mr. Cogito, the przesłanie pana Cogito, which is, so to say, Herbert, far beyond the Fortinbras and far beyond the proconsul. Whether he would be appalled by the Polish government today, I'm not sure. And why should we ask? Because the poem is there and the poem speaks. It's the poem we are talking about, not Herbert's possible views on the politics of today or yesterday. So I think the poem speaks. The poem speaks, and still today, be faithful, go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lars.
I wanted, though, to bring up something which touches, though, on these complexities. And what Irina brought up, though, is yesterday you said something that's also been staying with me, where we were talking about Rinsard's work, and you were saying that you said the other poets were drawn more into direct dialogue than he was. And I was thinking about literally that sentence, drawn into direct dialogue, in terms of the gravitational pull of politics and a certain type of politics in precisely. And I was thinking about, there's some implications of this that are going to take me some time to expand on, because we know intuitively that being drawn into this kind of direct dialogue reduces some aspect of the linguistic field. I mean, there's an obvious aspect of it, but I think there's some unobvious aspects. And I mean, I think the thing is, I mean, I'm sort of a purist. I think probably the only poet that never lied was Parmenides, in the sense of, you know, that we have what is and what is not. And after that, I think that more or less all language betrays us. And the problem is, I often notice that, you know, we have this problem that sometimes things get embedded in poems that are not true. I mean, I don't know that we get a lot of all true poems. There's all sorts of stuff and sort of flotsam and jetsam, and things get sort of embedded in poems. And this is a problem, which is not to say that Herbert didn't mean what he said about.
Oh dear, dear. I should avoid profanity.
The poet ever can entirely put themselves outside the world. And so we may agree or disagree with aspects of them and the poem. I think it gets very complex about, I think even when you're writing a poem, somehow you're aware that you've lied somewhere in the text. And this is of great concern. I think it's very hard not to lie at any given moment in language. I mean, betray ourselves somehow. I mean, in a kind of ontological way. So, you know, we hold poets to a really high standard, and they should be held to a high standard. And so what do we do about these things that stick out in poems that, I don't know, I think it's a problem of language, it's a problem of humanity.
Okay, we'll throw this we'll stay with this program. We'll try to digest it. I wanted to give a word to, oops, oh dear. I wanted to give a word to Alexei, who's, we need to, this is Irena. It's just very easy. We'll just mute her. And ask Alexei to unmute himself. He's in Berlin. He's going to speak next, but he wanted to comment now to chip into your discussion.
I'm sorry, that's just a short remark about the possibility to somehow integrate this metaphor of thunder and lightning into the discussion on poetry. I had a sudden parallel to Neoplatonic texts like Jamblick and others who discuss the possibility of connecting the physical world of ever-changing things with the world of ideas, and exactly the metaphor of thunder was an illustration to that. So one could say that such a possibility to describe poetry as a kind of thunder in itself already existed as a theory in the ancient Greek philosophy.
Great.
Okay, great. I'm going to, I think I'm going to cut short this discussion, and we're going to move to Alexei, but some of the sort of unifying threads, I thought, well, first of all, there is this famous essay by Mandelstam, The Morning of Acme. It's meant the same. He's had the same feud with the symbolists, sort of returning to the physical and empirical world. And I also had another thought, but it's gone, and it's a sign that it doesn't matter. So I'm going to introduce Alexei from the Institute of Philosophy at the Russian Academy of Sciences. We met last year. He was a fellow at Uppsala University and shared love of Hannah Arendt. He studied German philosophy, but he has a classical background. He has 2 PhDs, like myself, and studied German philosophy from Kant to Hannah Arendt, and recently has been writing on Russian pseudo-conservatism. So the floor is yours. Are you going to use a PowerPoint or just the...
No, I simply am going to speak, and also there is a handout which can be found.
I have shared it on Padlet.
Yeah, this is additional information, and it includes examples of your performances, because I will not quote these texts. They are really long, and also my emphasis will be more not on the language, although I will speak a bit about the genre of this kind of satire, but more on the overall cultural aspects and social aspects.
Thank you.
So My paper is on.
Sorry, Zaha, could you remove the PowerPoint because we can only see a few people when it's on.
I'm very sorry. Well, I see that this is the PowerPoint. And which PowerPoint? Let me see.
I still see the envoy of Mr. Cogito, and it's wonderful, but I'd like to see our participants as well.
Okay. I'm not sure how to...
Try with stop share screen.
Yeah, I think this is Ellen has been sharing her screen.
I'm trying to, so I'm hitting stop share and it won't stop sharing.
Right. Stop, what? This one? Yeah. Has it worked now, Torsten?
Yes, it's fine now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So my paper will be relatively short. It is composed as a series of questions, 10 questions and 10 relatively short answers. So the first question would be, what is the topic of the paper? What is Citizen Poet? It is a Russian satirical show which came to life in 2011 during the turbulent period of power transition from Medvedev to Putin in Russian politics and in the context of the coming legislative elections. The show started as a cooperation between the poet Dmitry Bykov, who was already mentioned in the previous discussion, as the writer of the show, and the actor Mikhail Yefremov as the narrator or the performer. The name was a wordplay alluding to a famous verse of the 19th century poet Nikolai Nekrasov, Poet and Citizen, a reference which Zaha already mentioned in his introductory speech on the first day. So it is the most famous verse perhaps from this manifest: "You may not be a poet, but a citizen must be." The performances were mainly parodying the style of famous poets and writers like Shakespeare, Poe, Pushkin, Krylov, Gogol, Gumilov, Kipling, Bloch, Yesenin, Mayakovsky, Gorky, Twardowski, and many others. The content was always related to recent political events. Of just a few examples, for instance, to Putin's and Medvedev's plans to participate in the presidential elections, to Putin's treatment of the opposition as bandarlogs, it is a word from Kipling's Book of the Jungle, or to a scandalous concert which was organized by Shady Fund Federation, allegedly as a charity event in support of children with oncological diseases, but actually an elaborate corruption scheme. In most cases, a new video published on Monday was directly related to what was in the news during the previous week. So generally, the range of topics was pretty wide, among them the new rise of nationalism, the increasing power of the Orthodox Church, government-supported corruption, and the oppression of freedom of speech. Still, most of them were related to Putin himself and, at the initial stage of the project, to his presidential campaign. So the second question would be, what were the show's idea and goals? According to the show's producer, Andrei Vasiliev, the idea of the show was a result of occasional inspiration during a New Year celebration in 2011, initially more a free experiment than a project with a concise and long-term goal, which is also important for the overall perception of the show. Initially, during the time when Bykov and Yefremov worked together with the team of a small TV station, Dozht or Rain, it was not a commercial project. This has changed after the tandem decided to leave because of the station's refusal to broadcast their new video on the heated debate between Putin and Medvedev concerning the UN Security Council resolution on Libya, the so-called Resolution 1973. In April 2011, the show moved to the internet portal F5, owned by the allegedly oppositional Russian oligarch Mikhail Prokhorov. So how did the show come to popularity? Despite the absence of any mentions of the national or federal television channels, the project's road to popularity was really short. At least two main factors played a key role here. First was Bykov's fame as one of the leading, most recognizable poets in Russia since 1991. Second was the choice of topics, which were on the one hand at the center of discussion in Russian media, and on the other hand, touched upon really recent events. Still, there were other factors which contributed not only to the popularity, but also to the very high status of the project, which became one of the symbols of anti-government protests in the wake of the falsification of the results of legislative elections in December 2011. One of these factors was the evoked nostalgia for the subtle anti-government criticism, which as a distinctive trait of the Soviet and allegedly post-Soviet intelligentsia, and also should be mentioned that the project has become a large commercial success because of live performances, which in turn contributed to its later revival and reformation as a series of recorded concerts published on the project's channel on YouTube. How did the project develop after 2012? After the presidential elections in March, the protests slowly died out. The project in its first form has ended on the 5th of March, on the day of the elections. After a gap of about 1 year, Citizen Poet was restarted, this time not as an independent project, but as a part of a new one under the name Господин Хороший, which could be translated literally as Mr. Good or less literally as My Good Sir. Starting from 2014, Yefremov only gave live performances, which were also recorded for the YouTube channel under a new name, Господин Заразный, or Mr. Infectious. Bykov left the project in 2013 and was replaced by the writer Andrei Orlov. The project lasted till May 2020, so till this year. On June 8, Yefremov was involved in a car accident, a head-on collision with another car under the influence of alcohol, and the driver of the car died in the hospital. The trial against him is still going on, as of yet. Who was the project's audience? The refined choice of sources and visual references, which defined its style of presentation, and on the other hand, the choice of topics and targets of its criticism, limited the show's main audience to those who were representing the smaller, the so-called liberal part of the society, as opposed to the so-called conservatives in the oversimplified Russian system of social and political coordinates. Many of them were actively participating in the protests against the falsification of elections and against governmental corruption. Others, while sympathizing with the cause, limited their criticism to social media or private circles. Some were already living outside the country or had plans to emigrate in case the political system does not undergo any serious changes during the next couple of years, which was still the case. Still, this was not all of the show's audience, since it was also pretty well known, even among the majority, who, like in most other cases, wanted to stay as far as possible from Russian politics. Moreover, according to many sources, the show was immensely popular among Kremlin officials, who found it amusing to observe the ironical reaction of Russian intellectuals and liberals to the unfolding political events. The lack of political satire during the years after the annihilation of a number of influential oppositional media, starting with the fourth channel, NTV, also contributed to the show's popularity. So the sixth question would be, what are the key parallels to the Soviet period? Many of the show's references were related to the Soviet era. Rather than only appealing to certain source material, works of Soviet authors like Mayakovsky, Twardowski, and others, these references were aiming at creating a feeling of continuity between the legacy of Soviet intelligentsia and the supposed modern Russian intelligentsia, and at the same time, between the methods of the Soviet government and the current political practices. Interestingly, the show also did not reference any texts after 1991, limiting itself mostly to the Russian classics and to Soviet authors who made at least 1/3 of the show's source material. The satirical aspect of the show was presented as a series of ironic observations concerning the peculiarities of cultural, social, and political practices in contemporary Russia. On several levels, for instance, in their way their criticism was targeting the absurdity of certain actions and customs, but not their origins and foundations, these observations paralleled the style of occasional political poetry. This is a term coined by Roman Leibov. For instance, the poetry of Igor Irteniev. In some other aspects, the everyday life satire performed by Soviet comedians like Arkady Raikin or Viktor Ilchenko. Of course, Citizen Poet used much more direct and harsh language, while the show's target were mostly main political figures like Putin or Medvedev, which was not possible for Raikin and others. Also, Raikin and other Soviet comedians targeted the repeated everyday practices, while the show's target were single events and actions, although these were definitely displayed as typical examples of social and political practices. In a number of performances, we can see examples of direct retrofitting, so to say, as for instance in the highly popular Putin and the Peasant, a parody of Alexander Twardowski's poem Lenin and the Stove Maker, which became part of the standard school program in the 50s. Was the show also trying to create parallels with the resistance of dissidents, as some scholars think? The show clearly appealed to those who has a nostalgia for the Soviet intelligentsia as an ethical role model. Also, its undertones were clearly influenced by Bykov's idea that the Soviet project of enlightenment, for instance, the Soviet concept of mass education, which was supposedly one of the key factors in creating the atmosphere necessary for the existence of the intelligentsia, has to continue in modern Russia, where this educational concept was abandoned in favor of really questionable alternatives. However, to say that the show also tried to revive the critical tradition of Soviet dissidents, or even more that it succeeded in this endeavor, would be an entirely different story. It was not involved with any civil or human rights movements, nor did it present or reference any alternative programs of social and political development. Instead of stressing the importance of a gradual change of the system, its style of presentation looked more like a casual pinpointing of some of its deficiencies from a perspective of the non-involved narrator and observer. Moreover, the show's non-subversive style and the largely peaceful reaction to it were fully in accordance with the ideal of the behavior of modern intelligentsia shared by many Russian politicians, and summed up by Putin in an interview to Associated Press from September 2013. I quote, "We should all be aware of the fact that when revolutionary, not evolutionary changes come, things can get even worse. The intelligentsia should be aware of this. And it is the intelligentsia specifically that should keep this in mind and prevent society from radical steps and revolutions of all kinds. We've had enough of it. We've seen so many revolutions and wars. We need decades of calm and harmonious development. End of quote. So was Citizen Point an evidence that the intelligentsia still exists? A short answer would be not at all. Rather than that, the show can serve as an evidence of another kind, proving how much the time and the social cultural context have changed during the last few decades. As a social stratum, intelligentsia did no longer exist after the collapse of the social system of the Soviet Union. This fact was acknowledged in the wide intellectual discussion in the second half of the 90s, which revolved around the question on the legacy of the intelligentsia, and the later academic, primarily sociological debate on the same topic in journals like Socis and others. Moreover, even in a wider sense of the word, connected to its everyday usage before the revolution and during the Soviet period, the ethical idea of an intelligent way of life, which has to be honest, independent, and vary of social inequality, a way described by Yuri Lotman, one of the most prominent specialists on this topic, suffered a heavy blow. The pragmatic, hyper-capitalist way as a new social mainstream clashed with the old idea that money should not play a dominant role in any decision of an intelligent person. The now atomized intelligentsia has transformed into a loose community of intellectuals which had much less influence on the direction of major cultural and social developments. Still, the mythos of Russian intelligentsia has survived. The ongoing existence of this mythos is possible partially due to the fact that in the everyday language, this word does often generally describe all people with high-level education who also possess a broad intellectual horizon. In the language of mass and social media, the word intelligentsia is still widely used, not simply as a form of cultural nostalgia, but also as a way to put together very different groups of contemporary Russian intellectuals. So question 9, why is the show a prime example of an intellectual utopia? So why has the show tried to create an illusion that its message was directed at the Russian intelligentsia as its primary audience? In my opinion, this has to do with certain major events of the time, and on the other hand, with Dmitry Bykov's idea of the foundations of intelligentsia as a social stratum. Between December 2010 and February 2011, one of the most discussed topics in Russia was the first draft of the project of a new reform of education. The draft contained a novel concept of education as a form of paid service, among others, which is measured and evaluated by the criteria of quantity, including the usage of science metrics rather than quality. The new concept clashed with the popular idea of the efficiency of the universal, primarily Soviet model education in the 1960s and beyond. In the debates that involved politicians, academic scholars, non-academic intellectuals, and concerned parents, Bykov was clearly on the side of the Soviet model. In this regard, for Bykov, and most probably for Yefremov as well, A Citizen Poet was primarily a cultural manifest and a form of enlightenment rather than a project with social political goals. In other words, the show's success was the most desired proof of the popularity of the Soviet model of education, which was regarded as a key factor in the formation of the intelligentsia. The last 10th question, why was the show's perception a different kind of utopia? The broad public saw the project in a vastly different light, as a form of intellectual resistance to the regime from the side of the leading members of Russian intelligentsia. This kind of intellectually refined resistance aimed at Putin's bureaucratic system was the driving force behind the protest of 2011-2012, which for the most part did not involve the laboring class. Instead of a utopia of the revived Soviet Enlightenment, it was a utopia of another social political kind, based on the mythos of a cultural and ethical continuity between the Soviet and post-Soviet generation of the intelligentsia. This illusion, which has never been denied by Bykov or Yefremov and successfully persisted until its sudden act of self-revelation, defines the general tone of the current criticism against Yefremov during the ongoing trial against him. According to slogans used by many Russian media, the show itself is currently under trial. But while Yefremov is being judged by the public opinion as a member of intelligentsia, his behavior before and during the trial mostly contradicts the Soviet ethical model. One important exception was his initial public repentance in a video where he expressed his guilt and readiness to shoulder the consequences. This action, however, was quickly devalued by a later chain of events, starting with the appearance of his alter ego, Mr. Hyde, who had to take the blame for the careless repentance, and down to the machinations with the testimonial evidence. The predominant public opinion that the outcome of the trial will be biased during his special status, namely during the family genealogy and to his own fame, is most probably right. Still, though very indicative from the standpoint of the problem of social inequality in contemporary Russia, this development cannot be regarded as a reason to retrospectively downgrade the value of Yefremov's and Bykov's project, not as a political phenomenon, but rather as a culturally significant attempt at preserving the Soviet legacy of intelligentsia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexei. Thank you so much. Do we have some reactions? Do we have questions? Do we want to have 3-minute break? Or for first the questions, I think, and then we'll have a 3-minute break. Does anybody of you, well, thank you, this was very succinct, and actually I also don't, you know, I'm missing out on Russian stuff, so you presented the conceptualized this show in a great, very laconic and wonderful manner. Thank you so much. Well, Yefremov, maybe you should, well, I don't know. He was a famous, his father was a famous Soviet actor, and actually his best role, to my mind, was in the one of the best films during the Perestroika time, where he was in Heart of Dog, Bulgakov's Heart of Dog, and he was the professor. So this was Yefremov, and the son has a great resemblance to his father. Well, any questions? Any comments? Well, I sort of, to me, there is the central question is to the word and etymology of the word intelligentsia. So the intelligentsia referred to a certain educated strata of society. We think of like Chekhovian intelligentsia. Yesterday we saw Pavel Nerler, Mandelstam in his sort of confession during interrogation was appealing to this pre-revolutionary intelligentsia. Then there was the war on this class, Stalin's war on intelligentsia, which sort of decimated it, and especially St. Petersburg was particularly hit, or Leningrad. And then there was the miracle, there was an article, a short essay by Sir Isaiah Berlin in his book, The Soviet Mind, the miracle, he said, well, in the 1990s, that despite all this 70 years of terror and all this concerted efforts really to destroy intelligentsia, it's sort of re-emerged this spirit in maybe in those dissenters and dissidents. And then there is, of course, another version, so-called Storoblevo intelligentsia, there's this 100 ruble, sort of the Soviet intelligentsia, which very much sort of mental bourgeois, those who accepted the status quo but kind of allowed themselves to grumble in the kitchen, and with the benefit of hindsight sort of claimed through, well, you in your Chuck's book in particular claimed their sort of laurels for this dissent, and we also grumbled and everything. And in a way, this the book of and Yefrem certainly appealed to that sort of intelligentsia. But I don't know whether anybody else wants to say something more intelligent, or you want to comment on what I just rumbled. Alexei?
Yeah, I would say it is really complicated because even during the Soviet period, there were two meanings to the word, and Lotman himself, who is one of the experts on this topic, said that there is a possibility to use this word simply to describe this stratum, social stratum, but there is also an alternative way to use this word as an ethical and cultural ideal of behavior, which of course is not, does not really fit well into the reality right now in Russia, and not only because of Putin, but because of another social and economic relations that have changed the whole landscape. And the problem for me is, while I share Bykov's sentiment on and his critique against the still ongoing reform of this Russian education, which is really horrible in many ways, I don't think that there is a possibility to simply revive the Soviet model of education, even if we do not criticize it. It is simply an utopian project from the get-go, and Bykov himself, it is among the materials in the handout, has spoken to the Russian Duma on this topic, but his speech was also really not on point, because he was speaking as if he speaks to poets or some educated people, really people of this supposed intelligentsia, and not to the representatives of Russian Duma, who are not the brightest people at all. And one has to be more down to earth and perhaps even more threatening in order to explain to them what dangers lie in the new concept of the educational reform, and how we can spoil the new generations, the new promising generations of youth mentioned by Bykov in his speech, by this same reform. So, and on the other hand, it is really problematic how Bykov keeps clinging to this mythos of Russian intelligentsia, because it is really an impediment for the current discussion on what is a Russian intellectual today. Not the member of intelligentsia with these ideals which clearly do not work, and they are also a heavy burden for Yefremov right now as well, because Yefremov has said himself just yesterday, I think, that the social expectations are too heavy of a burden against him. He is simply a man who has his own weaknesses, who drinks, etc. And he simply cannot shoulder these expectations of a cultural or ethical ideal of a person who is also involved in this idealized project. Yeah. So the main problem is not that Bykov tries to preserve this legacy, which is a good thing essentially, but that he presents this not as a legacy, but as a kind of thing only to preserve, but some kind of starting point for the formation of the new intelligentsia out of thin air, so to say.
Thank you so much. I wondered whether Anne-Marie wanted to say something, or before we have a short break, which we all need, that everybody sort of I wondered.
Oh no, thank you very much. I wanted to emphasize that it's very interesting, all this. I was wondering about the intelligentsia. I haven't really heard that you are using this sort of term nowadays, but maybe I missed something, because this was very, important in the Soviet time and so on, to distinguish between the intelligentsia and the others, and the role of the intelligentsia and so on. But would you say that there is, I understand from Alexei that well, at least you use the word differently now, and you talk about the background of people and so on. But would you say that it's sort of representing the same kind of people as before? You were talking about those with Soviet education. What about young people now? What would you call? You were talking about that it was the intelligentsia who were active in Bolotnaya, in this revolution, so to say, attempt in 2011 and 12. But I felt that it was very many young people who were eager in this protest. So could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. I would say that these young people and the newest generation would not identify themselves as intelligentsia. It is still a notion that is used mainly by people who have large Soviet experience from the previous generations. But there are many who write for mass media, for journals, not only for journals for wider audience, but also for some specific academic journals. They still argue in favor of using this term nowadays, and to describe the supposed Russian intelligentsia. There is a term, Russian intelligentsia, that is used, and it is used also in the press nowadays in the descriptions of the trial against Yefremov. So this lives on, so to say. I would say that Bykov and Yefremov were really content that the show fitted well into this protest of 2011 and 12, which was not the initial idea, of course, because the show existed many months before that, but it fitted well, and it was perceived by many as a display that the intelligentsia still exists, but that it still exists in the previous generations, not in the newer generations. And also, I think the idea of intelligentsia used by Bykov is also a bit peculiar. I think it is a bit influenced by the official usage of the word during the Soviet period, because it is the idea that the intelligentsia is there's a large social gap between intelligentsia and the working class, which was actually a good thing from the standpoint of Putin and other Kremlin officials, because they wanted to separate somehow these few people who represented the non-working classes, so to say, and to separate the two main cities from the rest of Russia, because the protests were mostly active in Moscow and St. Petersburg, but not in other cities, which is nowadays not the case because protests can be spontaneous and can occur not only in Moscow but in many other areas, and there are other grounds for these protests, and there are other participants who represent any possible social stratus. So it was not the case in 2011, and that's also why the protest died out, because it was really confined within these limitations, and it was also welcomed by Putin, who saw this show and perhaps some other forms of satire as a kind of possibility to canalize the protests, to make the protest more peaceful.
Well, the satire also very lukewarm, very without an edge. But I think we'll deserve like a 10-minute break before we're all pass out, and then we'll move to Thorsten, and maybe he'll give us some summing up statements. I'm going to write an announcement to everyone that we need a break. Thank you so much, I would say. That was very rich and informative. So a break until 30 minutes past the hour. Okay. Because Алексей,
Да.
ну как? Ну, спасибо, очень хорошая презентация, очень как-то по 10 пунктов, 10 заповедей, like 10 commandments. 10 commandments. Well, I have...
Я не знаю, заповедь.
Yeah, well, I have here a student, Robert. He is invisible, but he can, yeah. That's why I'll continue in English. Well, but I think it's, what's his name? Bukov. Yeah, it is a little bit the epitome of the old Soviet general. This nostalgia, I find it a little bit revolting. His nostalgia for the Soviet Union and everything. Well, you see it from your perspective. You understand sort of the deficiencies of the Soviet and of the Russian current educational system. I have no idea. Well, I think that in the essence, it's actually
I just want to double check that your card didn't work either, but
my card.
your card to get in here.
Maybe it works. You want to go?
Yeah.
Can you close it down? I rescued the damsel in distress. Yeah, well, but I want to give you room for response, but I was talking to Alexei, but we're reconvening slowly but steadily. But you know, the idea was that Brodsky expressed it, that he dropped out of school at the age of 15. Of course, it was in 1955, but and he said that this saved him because you know, from further indoctrination, and that this was a whole part of the system. You know, the school pioniere, the school, the army, and this would destroy your will completely. And of course, 1955 was the year when Venishka Yerofeev went to university, and then and Benedict Yerofeev, Moscow Petushki, is a way to sort of vomit out all this, what the Soviet school actually tried to bring, ideology together with the classical quotes from Russian literature. But this to me summarizes sort of the Soviet intelligence. So I'm not such a great, even though maybe I belong to it. But Ellen wants to say something.
I think poor Torsten, is Torsten going to speak?
Yeah, he's going to speak.
Yes,
now.
I am.
Okay,
when given the opportunity.
I think it's getting late, and we should give him an opportunity to speak.
Okay, Torsten, thank you so much for being there and for being so patient. He was supposed to talk on the first day, and let's give him the opportunity. He's a professor at Uppsala University. He's the author of 8 novels. Is this correct?
3 novels and 10 collections of poetry, as well as about 100 academic publications.
Yes, and both in English and in Swedish.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And in German and in Finnish.
Wow. Fantastic. Okay, the floor is yours then.
Okay, thank you, faithful, for staying with us. I am, like Helen, in the strange space of being what in the 19th century in England was known as a poet scholar, and I should be speaking a little from both sides, but mainly starting with the theme of the symposium: poetry is synonymous with freedom. If my sound breaks off, please holler, Sakar. It sometimes happens. I can usually come back quickly. Can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Good. Right. Now, embracing the idea that poetry is synonymous with freedom, I shall first expound my idea of poetry as a free expression of worldviews or philosophies of life, and then go on to look at the question of resistance. Now, Western societies today are governed by a secular, empirical, rational worldview. Its defining elements, observation through our senses or through instruments enhancing them, followed by rational deduction, are necessary for everyday life and have brought enormous scientific and technological advances in the last 250 years. Rather than being givens of human existence, however, they constitute only one paradigm of collective perception. Both historically and in present-day non-Western societies, there are alternatives which we regard and frequently condemn as, quote, religious, magical, animistic, superstitious, or the like. Even in the Western world, these alternatives appear in the worldviews of children who regularly, as we say, imagine things and use their imaginations to forge non-rational links between phenomena. In the course of growing up, children abandon such views as part of their so-called socialization, that is, the training and mental programming designed to turn them into useful, rational, and empirically minded citizens and employees. From one perspective, this is pragmatic and effective, but it is also stultifying and impoverishing because so many opportunities of life-enhancing experiences are lost in the process. One function of art for adults is to recover some of what has been lost, to enrich our lives by reopening this suppressed spectrum. Art offers us alternative versions of the external world, individually colored as in expressionist paintings, or differently constituted through, say, warp speed or effective charms and spells. But art can also enrich our internal mental world, and this is one central area where poetry comes into its own, as an exploration of the exciting and potentially fruitful experiences that can be derived from the human mind. One reason why poetry is a great resource for this is its free and uninhibited movement, often from one phrase to the other, between external and internal, observation and reflection, reason and imagination. A characteristic expression of this is the use of metaphors and similes. While sharing this feature with other kinds of discourse, poetry valorizes it with particular vigor and ingenuity. Take the metaphor, the moon is a silver coin on the black cloth of night, used by the Swedish poet Harry Martinson. Seeing the moon like that gives us a kick, a pleasurable mental experience. In this case, it offers no gain of insight into the external world, no revelation of what it is really like, but it does offer a revelatory discovery in our inner world, our ability to see the world that way, to take something from the external world and make it our own. In a small way, but quite effectively, it activates our more or less dormant imaginative abilities. This capacity for crossing and crisscrossing the borders between empirical rationalism and other ways of experiencing the world is, I would contend, stronger in poetry than in other forms of literature, such as narrative fiction. Narrative curtails freedom because a coherent story must move from one event to another in accordance with a fairly specific and rational model of chronology, causality, credible human psychology, and a well-formed conclusion. Even in science fiction and fantasy, where non-empirical elements such as warp speed or effective spells may be added, the basic narrative model remains intact. As such, it enables us to enjoy the many delights of storytelling, but it also inhibits the free movement of the author's imagination, and thus the range of imaginative enrichment offered to the reader. In this respect, non-narrative poetry has the advantage of being able to kindle the reader's imagination with far fewer restrictions. Unfortunately, as we know, many people, even those who enjoy reading fiction, say that they don't understand poetry. We've all heard that phrase. To my mind, this is basically because their range of perceptions is limited by the rational, societal, and educational programming of their mental habits, as well as its concomitant, the model of narrative. Their minds cannot easily be reopened to accommodate the kind of free movement which they enjoyed in childhood, and in fact continue to enjoy in their dreams. How strange that the oniric perception of the world takes up 1/3 of our existence, but is almost entirely blocked out of our waking lives. The fact that poetry is frequently felt to be inaccessible corroborates my conviction that it exemplifies a philosophical freedom at odds with a dominant and strictly inculcated Western rational philosophy of life. Above all, this fact is, however, a problem and a regrettable impediment to the full flowering of the minds of readers who feel shut out from poetry. The problem is in fact so severe that it often afflicts the poets themselves. A typical feature of the career of many poets are long spells of inactivity, inability to write poetry, whereas writers of narrative fiction tend to have a more regular output. Given more time, I could talk about strategies for counteracting that predicament of exclusion, at least for readers, but in the context of the symposium, I go on to consider the relation between poetry as philosophical freedom and poetry as political resistance. Not infrequently, the two are considered to be in opposition. For instance, a few years ago, Athena Farrokhzad, a Swedish writer of politically activist poetry, attacked her colleagues by exclaiming, "How can you write poems about trees when the world is on fire?" One response was, perhaps that is a time when it is necessary to write poems about trees. That seems to mean roughly, poetry cultivates important aspects of existence that are in danger of being overrun by our pressing pragmatic concerns. I find some truth and value in this idea of poetry as sanctuary. The freedom of poetry includes the freedom to opt out of ongoing social conflicts. But more emphatically, I resist the simplified dichotomy of political poetry, explicit or allegorical, on the one hand, and on the other hand, all other poetry, which is thus consigned to political irrelevance. I prefer to answer the question in my title in the affirmative: political resistance and the philosophical freedom of poetry can be two sides of the same coin. seemingly putting up an ivory tower, poetry is in fact putting up a struggle. By challenging the prevalent empirical rational worldview, it can undermine the political foundations of a society which uses that view as part of its ideological basis. We could talk about the link between rationalism and a ruthlessly profit-oriented capitalism exploiting the empirical rational worldview to the hilt, and about the criticism of contemporary society, which is therefore implicit in my celebration of alternative worldviews in poetry. However, it's not only more apposite in the context of the symposium, but also very instructive to consider the position of the arts in Russia/the Soviet Union in the decade following the revolution of 1917. As we know, there was at first, up to the early 1920s, a so-called honeymoon period during which avant-garde art, such as the poetry of Mayakovsky, was embraced in Russia as a valuable part of the revolutionary effort. It was felt that it, too, undermined the foundations of the old society by radically challenging its conventions of artistic creation. For a few years then, early socialism practiced what I have been preaching, poetic freedom as mental and social liberation. But later in the 20s, sadly, Soviet aesthetics shifted its position to what was to become the norm for the remaining 60 years of the regime. Music was to be straightforwardly tonal, literature and the pictorial arts were to follow the principles of realism. The adjunct socialist realism entailed the addition of positive heroes, optimistically pointing the way towards a fulfilled utopia, but realism remained the basic, only allowed literary mode. In other words, the Soviet regime opted for the artistic mode, which is most clearly congruent with an empirical rational worldview. Thus, it seems intriguingly that the regime sensed the threat posed to the stability of society by a modernist art which offered alternatives to the cognition of rationalism, even when they contained no overt social or political criticism. In this stance, the Soviet regime was to be joined in the 1930s by Nazi Germany, which similarly sought to root out what it called degenerate art and Arte de Kunst. Again, rather than offering overt political provocation, this was formally innovative art, such as atonal music and expressionist poetry and painting. How strange that the subversive potential of formally and philosophically unfettered poetry is more consistently recognized by enemies of such freedom than by literati who often regard it as politically irrelevant. This drive towards philosophical freedom is also what ultimately explains the formal peculiarities of poetry. Literature uses language. And for the empirical rational worldview, language in the form of prose, spoken or written, is the main instrument of recorded observation, deduction, and inculcation. Poetry's solution to the employment of such basically alien material is to refashion it through rhythm, rhyme, alliteration, and assonance, stanza forms, uneven lines, and a conspicuously frequent use of metaphors, often striking and startling ones. All such features that depart from the conventions of prose help writers as well as readers to overcome the obstacles to freely flowering thought and expression. At best, they induce a mental state of a mildly hallucinatory kind, which is particularly open to a freely ranging worldview. Apart from an inordinately rational worldview, Obstacles to such freedom include our individual confinement in a given gender, a given social group, a given nation, a given language, a given period in history. Poetry joins other forms of literature in giving us access to perspectives other than our own, including those of animals, plants, and so-called lifeless matter. And more than fiction or drama, poetry offers a further advantage: freedom from ourselves. In a single large work, such as a novel, writers may feel constrained to be consistent, to avoid shifting their positions, so as not to compromise the organic structure of the work and readers' expectations of a clear standpoint. Writers can thereby become prisoners of themselves, of the text they have already produced. In a collection of poetry, on the other hand, each poem is a unit of its own, so that readers, while they may look for recurring patterns, are more prepared to allow the writer the latitude of trying out different positions. Just as individuals in real life often oscillate between distinct, even contradictory stances. This is also how I view my own poetry, as a constantly evolving openness towards everything offered by the external world and various, often surprisingly novel ways of perceiving and conceiving of it. This takes place in constant interaction with my internal mental world, which develops these new perspectives and frequently devises them. Furthermore, this openness is related to creative linguistic possibilities, which partly express, partly engender new perspectives, as well as being exhilarating in their own right. As an example of this, I conclude by reading two poems, which I have written recently during the last few months of our Corona summer. One poem earnestly illuminates the subject of this paper. That is, it presents poetry's own take on what poetry might be. And the other one responds more playfully to our present condition, the pestilential and presidential year of 2020. The first poem is more complex, so I'll read it twice, as poetry should generally be read more than once. The second one can do with a single reading. So here is the poem that is about poetry, or at least about mine. Of the cosmos we see what we are inclined to see, the part molded as suns and mountains and green-blue butterflies. But behind the cliffs glitter mountains made of water. Among the butterflies hover faces screaming. Below the surface of sun life wallow creatures that feast on darkness. Poetry is the ability to see this. Poetry is the courage to see it. That's why I ran out on the stormy heath, under the sky blooming violet and yellow. Amidst the flying twigs I screamed, "Strike me, thunder, like a gong." And thunder struck me. Endless and alien is the voice echoing its power. Garish the blossoms of the brain pelted by its seeds. And again, of the cosmos we see what we are inclined to see, the part molded as suns and mountains and green-blue butterflies. But behind the cliffs glitter mountains made of water. Among the butterflies hover faces screaming. Below the surface of sun and life wallow creatures that feast on darkness. Poetry is the ability to see this. Poetry is the courage to see it. That's why I ran out on the stormy heath, under the sky blooming violet and yellow. Amidst the flying twigs I screamed, "Strike me thunder like a gong!" And the thunder struck me. Endless and alien is the voice echoing its power. Garish the blossoms of the brain, pelted by its seeds. And then the second, more playful poem related to our present condition. It's called The Bucket List. In the light of COVID and everything, I need a bucket list. Let's see. What can I do before kicking the proverbial bucket? Walk up the stairs of the Eiffel Tower and say it wasn't worth the walk. Look at the Mona Lisa and cry out, "She has something stuck in her teeth." Be manhandled by guards, but rescued by tourists who can see that I'm right. Fall asleep over Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. Read it again and think it's great. Conclude that in sleep, I'm a master reader. Apply the idea to Paradise Lost and fail dismally. Kill a demon instead. Ambush his cronies retrieving the body and mow them down with a machine gun. Dismiss the angels swooping down with their trumpets to praise me. I did this for me, not you. Convince a would-be girlfriend that the last three stanzas are sestinas and really difficult to write. Convince the world that all murder mysteries have fallacious endings, failing to expose the actual culprit, the orangutan. Convince Donald Trump that Sleepy Joe is going to win and that he must stand down before that, stride out like a lion, not slink out like a cur that is shown the door. Comfort him when he cries. Have an affair with Melania Trump when she's bowled over by this. Hobnob with Glitterati as her escort, the cousin from Europe, brilliant and baffling, now gracious, now Borat. Discover that Trump is a vampire who will bounce back to power. Take poison and offer my throat to him. Watch him die of my blood in convulsions before feeling faint myself. Die happy. But prior to that, as a prize for the demons, persuade God to do his, his snap print thing, which changes books already printed, so that this poem is included in every major anthology. Die happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Agnieszka is smiling. Would you like to make a comment? Who else? Who wants to make a comment? Ellen wants to make a comment. Or Stephanie. Ellen wants to make a comment. Wonderful.
We need some time to digest this large panorama. I think. Have you read Miłosz's Lesson of Biology essay?
No, I haven't. I should have said perhaps that I'm not an expert in Eastern European literature. I've written more on English, German, Swedish, Finnish language literature. So, but I'm happy to accept a tip. So Miłosz's, what did you say?
So it's
called?
It's called, I just get the exact title. It's in The Witness of Poetry, and I think it's called The Lesson of Biology. And it's just that he takes up your your theme about childhood and a childhood grasp of the universe and how this is transformed. And I think that you'd enjoy his discourse on it.
Okay, thank you for that tip.
Yeah.
As you notice, perhaps you and me, we sort of think along fairly similar lines in this idea of the freedom of poetry and how it can be subversive.
I think it is interesting, the discipline, and maybe Lars also wants to say something about this and I suspect that most literary critics also write creatively, so I wouldn't exclude anyone from this dialogue, but that the process of working creatively demands things of us that are obviously different than analytical skills, and making peace with those two things is complex, and we don't want to illuminate the creative through the analytical. So it was nice that you included both a discursive and creative part of your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, anybody else has a comment? Oh, Alexei has a comment. Unmute yourself.
Right, yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I also think that poetry as philosophical freedom is not in opposition with poetry as resistance. And your points remind me of an important opposition presented by some members of the Frankfurt School, for instance, by Axel Honneth, who distinguishes between two types of intellectuals. He was referring, of course, more to philosophers, but it has to do with your topic as well, I think. He distinguished between the intellectuals within the system who only try to pinpoint some minor deficiencies, and those who are social critics, real social critics, who present an alternative way of, an alternative possibility, an alternative social construction, perhaps. And among those are, for instance, if we are speaking about the history of philosophy, Friedrich Nietzsche, who was a philosopher and a poet as well. And what is reminding me of your main points is, of course, this potential of poetry to present something as an alternative, which is really a unique and dangerous potential, which was also recognized in the Soviet Union, and which was also, I think, the reason why poetry was during the first years of Soviet Union in favor, favored by the regime, and then was quickly divided, because poetry always presents something as an alternative, and thus is dangerous to any kind of current social order. So it is really this kind of freedom and courage, which is, I think, often lacking in the large parts of academic society. And that's why poetry, I think, really can be resistance in many ways, even though not all poets are actively engaged in social activities.
Thank you. I quite agree, yes.
Brilliant point. I, as sort of someone from the Slavic field, I would disagree with your historical representation, and there is an important book which came out in 1998 by Herman Yermolayev from Princeton, on Soviet censorship, and indeed it says that the huge censorship machine was built in the years from 1918 to 1932. And this machine then subsisted until the 90s. So there was no flowering, no golden age. There was a trap. There was something that seemed, which allured, and lots of artists and poets fell into this trap. And in fact, Nadezhda Mandelstam's book is a testimony. He herself acknowledges to be a part of this young generation and describes in the first, her second book of memoirs, I think, Hope Against Hope or Hope Abundant, I can't remember now, by Nadezhda Mandelstam, the one, Hope Abandoned. And that she's describing this sort of exhilaration and wilderness and almost Dionysiac feast of those artists who were contributing to the later tragic events, and she acknowledges her own responsibility.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying there was a sort of double layer there. On the one hand, this Dionysiac feast and the sense of freedom, but at the same time, the regime was just plotting to tighten the grip. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, well, absolutely. The regime was interested in seizing it in power, and power applied by violence, but it used in subtle ways, managed to lure, to co-opt the young people especially, and there is always sort of rebellion of the generations, you know, and this was explored. Yeah.
Okay. I think Stephanie wanted to say something.
I do. Thank you very much for sensing that. And thank you for your presentation, which struck a really resonant chord with me. I am very, I'm very sorry. I've actually missed more of this symposium than I've been able to hear, but hearing the exchange just now between you and Ellen, I'm all the sorrier that I missed Ellen's presentation. And I look forward to watching the recordings when they're available so I can kind of catch up. But I wanted to ask you whether this notion of poetry and freedom feels to you like something that can be historicized, and whether it bubbles up at certain historical moments. I thought that might actually be one of the reasons why you looked at the early Soviet period, which I take Zakhar's point about Professor Yermolayev's book, but I still think your example is actually a very good one. Are there other periods or other kinds of circumstances in which either there is a greater sense of urgency to the poet's freedom, or there's greater possibility and greater need for it?
Right, that's a very interesting question. I basically view this as, you know, as poetry always representing an alternative, but since the paradigm against which poetry is pitted in my talk was the rational empirical paradigm, I suppose my answer would be that it is particularly after the enthronement of that paradigm that poetry as this kind of opposition becomes more necessary and more valuable, and that it would be different in times when the dominant paradigm was something else, such as a religious one, or in indigenous people, an animistic one also. So that would be the first point, that I would have to think hard about what happens, let's say, before 1800, and perhaps it's not a coincidence that romantic poetry, which sort of really opts out and points to something else, comes in around 1800, when the Industrial Revolution had started to really enthrone empirical rationalism and all the, in many ways, wonderful things that can be done with it. And so the question is, when after that is it more or less necessary? I would say that it is necessary all the time, because one thing that also happens in the modern age, which we think of as a good thing, is the spread of mandatory education, which we gradually get during the 1800s, 3 years, 6 years, in the 1900s, 9 years in many countries. This is, of course, in many ways wonderful. People learn to read, people from a working class background can study, etc. But it's also, but education is also part of the sort of disciplining movement of a certain kind of empirical rationalism. And then comes another thing, and that is the media. And the media, up to the, let's say up to and including the 1990s, they were frequently in Western countries very relatively monolithic, and they had a certain set of values and perceptions that would act as a sort of continuing education of the adult population. And in that sense, there is some kind of liberation in the digital era, where you get so many new kinds of voices, and everyone can set up their own sites, etc. And a few major newspapers are still strong, but not as dominant as they used to be. So, but on the other hand, there's a kind of dilution of everything. And I mean, the basic question is really the one that has surfaced here now and then: how can poetry become anything except a very, very select, a hobby for a very select population? I mean, what we hear again and again, I was sorry to hear that this was true of Russia as well, is that poetry has lost its status as some sort of truth-telling or some sort of national matter of great national importance. And I mean, I don't think anyone in Sweden today, for instance, would be interested to ask the question, is it our equivalent of Miloš or our equivalent of Herbert, who is the national bird. So the freedom of poetry in Western societies is also freedom of being neglected, and exactly what to do about that is hard. But I think we can teach poetry at schools, and the reading of poetry try and teach it in newspapers, etc., because there are things you can do. I mean, intelligent people who like to read, it's really horrible that they say, oh, I read lots of novels, but I don't understand poetry. Something has gone wrong there, and scholars and poets like ourselves, we have a bit of a responsibility to try and close that gap. So those were my reactions, but it's a very good question, and I'm sure it requires much more thought. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up, if I could say that I think that we should not underestimate the capacity of particularly our young people, the kinds of people that we teach, to respond to and to analyze, actually with a great deal of sophistication, all kinds of poetry. The dethroning of the figure of the poet prophet is not the same thing as the decline of poetry. And the popularity, incredible popularity of rap music, which is based so intensely on creative, bizarre, shocking rhymes, really speaks to the thirst in quite a wide population for exactly what poetry can give.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yes, thank you for that. That's absolutely true, and not just rap music, but all sorts of singer-songwriters like Bob Dylan, who, as we know, even got the Nobel Prize. So poetry mutates, and it can still be strong. I'm happy to agree with that.
Well, but
Zachar, may I?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it, Lars.
Yes, thank you, Torsten, for your presentation. I would just, to Zachar, about Yermolayev, I think there's in Yermolayev, there's a certain element of back projection, retrospective projection, and historians have worked more on that period after him. What I actually wanted to say to Torsten is that, in fact, the first poem of his reminded me of a Polish poet who was not mentioned here, Wisława Szymborska.
Okay.
Her ironical sense of the doubleness or the duality. Reality also always has another side, and the irony with which she insists to regard poetic irony, to regard everyday life and biological life and nature and people is should not be forgotten. Even as she wrote a beautiful poem, not everyone likes poetry.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, thank you. I've got a number of books by Szymborska at home, actually, which I got from the Uppsala Library in preparation of this talk, but I was hoping to cull some examples from her work, but I didn't have the time, but now I shall be even more concerned to read them. Thank you.
Okay, Ellen, please, go ahead.
No, just a short note. I think Stephanie it's really important to bring up other popular forms of poetry because they're enormous and there's great groups of people listening, and it's really revitalized the field. But you see this ebb and the flow. I don't know how long you've lived in Cambridge. I remember many years ago, for instance, seeing Adrian Rich and Audre Lorde at Harvard, and I don't know how many people Sanders Theater can fill, but it was overflowing. And these periods where somehow poetry speaks to people, it makes me think. I just wanted to mention this one phrase that a Romanian poet said, which I really quite like, that poetry is the white blood cells of a society. And so it can lay dormant for certain periods of time, but when the society needs it or when the circumstances need it, it rises back up. And I think that it gives one a sense of, pause about if it's in an ebb period, when everyone is always declaring the death of poetry, but then it comes back. And but I particularly liked that expression.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I also think that the fact that it doesn't sell, I always say it doesn't, people say it doesn't sell, but I also think it doesn't sell itself out, and that's part of its power. And so it's a very mysterious substance, as we all know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, I thought of like relevance of poetry, of course, in the times of trouble, and there was with COVID-19, suddenly an old Brodsky poem surfaced, which said, "Не выходи из комнаты, don't leave the room," and which ended, something, космоса, расы, вируса, for some protect yourself from the virus. And even Alexandra Berliner translated it into German, and then I heard that in Poland it also was circulated. And I think in general, if anything, this crisis has shown that the value of art, and which was Torsten partly alluding, as I understood it in his poetry, before I kick the bucket. So it puts things in perspective, a crisis, and then the value of art and poetry, and what we neglect of the moment really is appreciated again with greater force. Okay, anybody else? Leszek is in the shadow of, no, he's waving, he's said everything, he's consumed.
I think we need to think of when we're going to have another meeting of these minds.
We'll have to. I have to think of how to distribute these videos. I don't know. Maybe put them on YouTube or. Well, I have this Padlet created. It's not a permanent site. Well, I have a mailing list of people who were interested. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you for organizing this, and that given the conditions and the lockdowns or partial lockdowns that we're all experiencing, it was really wonderful across the planet to have this conversation about politics and poetry and renewal of the spirit. And we do have you to thanks for putting that all together. I found it very inspiring, and I really do hope that we can keep this dialogue open, because somehow this network is what sustains us as well through these times. So thank you, Zach, for that.
Thank you so much, Alan, for being part of it, and thank you everyone for joining in.
Yeah. Yes, I just want to agree with Ellen that it's wonderful that you organized this. And you know, if the Corona thing had to come, what a good thing is that we have the digital societies. 20 years ago, when there was no Zoom and anything, I mean, we couldn't. I mean, I've been teaching over Zoom students 20 years ago. They would just have stayed at home and sleeping till 11 and had nothing to do. And you know, the fact that we can do this kind of thing with, you know, almost no expense, the way, I mean, to organize I mean, you need work and energy, but it doesn't really cost anything because we don't travel, etc. So it's wonderful we could do that, and we really need that kind of initiative. And if you could somehow transfer to us the recordings, or perhaps even if they can be broken up into different talks, then that would be very valuable.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll do my best. I'll see what I can do. Well, the cost, I wouldn't be so sure. There is some.
There is a cost of work, but you know, there's a cost, but not a cost in money compared to, you know, when we do this kind of thing in the old-fashioned way. We were looking for 100,000 kroner and stuff like that. You know.
That's true. You're absolutely right. No. Okay. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Does anyone want to have the last word?
Thank you, Zahar, for organizing.
Thank you, lads. I'm sorry.
And for the possibility to take part. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, and thank you, Stephanie, Ellen, for being there, Alexei, everyone, and all the heroic audience, Leszek.
Thank you, Zahar. It was a fascinating, fascinating event, and thank you for inviting me to this.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I thank everyone, and I'm calling this a day and a night, or wherever part people are clapping. There is a sign, a Zoom sign. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Take care.